Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode. Now, I will turn the meeting over to your host, Stephanie Henning. Stephanie, you may begin.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming back to join us today for the final day of the 2020 National Tribal Broadband Summit. We're really excited about what we have for you today and appreciate you being here with us. To kick things off, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker today, Doug Kinkoff, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information. Doug, please take it away.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to join you all at the National Tribal Broadband Summit. This has been a great summit, and I want to thank the Department of Interior, Department of Agriculture, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, as well as the broadband team at NTIA for all their work in putting this event together. I know over the past few days, we've all heard a lot about the resources that are available to expand broadband in tribal lands. Today, I'd like to talk about how NTIA, through a number of initiatives, is helping tribes to maximize those opportunities. Through our Broadband USA program, NTIA for years has been providing direct technical assistance to tribes interested in broadband planning. Technical assistance is the heart and soul of Broadband USA. We're able to leverage our programs, our expertise, and the relationships we've built around the country to help communities find and effectively utilize the broadband expansion opportunities that are available to them. One of the most recent efforts involved our efforts in the FCC's 2.5 gigahertz tribal opportunity program. Our Broadband USA team worked with the tribes, nonprofits, middle mile providers, and the Department of Interior to provide technical assistance to tribes who are looking to apply for spectrum through the FCC's program. More than 400 applications were submitted, which could help bring up broadband to approximately 1.9 million people in areas of the country that desperately need connectivity. This spectrum will help tribes provide broadband to support workforce and economic development. NTIA's State Broadband Leaders Network also supported outreach to tribes about this opportunity, with a focus on states that have high populations of Native Americans. But beyond our technical assistance work, Broadband USA also works with the Department of Interior and other federal agencies to reduce regulatory barriers that extend broadband in the Indian country. We also offer a series of toolkits for tribes and local governments focused on broadband planning, partnerships, implementation, and sustainability. In addition, though, to our Broadband USA work, NTIA has also been leveraging its Minority Broadband Initiative to increase our engagement with tribal stakeholders and help solve their broadband access challenges. The Minority Broadband Initiative, which we refer to as MBI, was set up to promote tribal colleges and universities and HBCUs as hubs of digital applications and innovation for their surrounding communities. The MBI also partners with federal agencies, local government, and private sector to explore opportunities for broadband expansion on TCU and HBCU campuses. We've also started to engage the American Indian Higher Education Consortium and Navajo Technical University to further the ability of TCUs to use broadband infrastructure investment as a catalyst for job growth and economic development. Later today, the head of MBI, Francine Alkaswani, will moderate a panel on tribal colleges and cyber infrastructure. The final initiative I'd like to talk about today is our National Broadband Availability Map. Last year, we released a pilot version of the map in partnership with an initial 8 states. Since that time, we've seen rapid growth in participation. We are now up to 22 states that are participating in our program. We've also entered into agreements with 3 federal partners, the Economic Development Administration, the Appalachian Regional Commission, and USDA, so they can use the map to facilitate more informed decision-making for their programs. We're very excited about the potential of our platform. This is just not a simple snapshot in time. The National Broadband Availability Map is an advanced geographic information system platform capable of visualizing and analyzing multiple data sets. Currently, we've integrated over 170 data layers from more than 21 sources, comprising more than 2 terabytes of data within the platform. We have data from the Federal Communications Commission, the U.S. Census Bureau, the Universal Service Administrative Company, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We've obtained commercially available data from Ookla and Measurement Lab, and we've also added data from most of our state government partners. And we've learned so much from our previous work with states and broadband mapping. What we're trying to do now is construct the most comprehensive broadband mapping tool possible. We know what decision makers need to make more well-informed decisions. Since it does hold proprietary data sets, our platform is not accessible to the public at this time. We are only able to share it with federal and state partners. This is why we're working so quickly to add states to our program, not just for the increased amount of data, but to increase the number of decision makers who can benefit from it. The common thread behind all of these initiatives is that they demonstrate the administration's commitment to expanding broadband availability and adoption in rural America, including Indian country, to ensure that all Americans can participate in the digital economy. As we aim towards a full recovery from this pandemic, we recognize that we can't achieve our goals unless the technological infrastructure is in place to empower all Americans to participate in the workforce. The message I'd like to leave with you today is that NTIA is here to help. We are engaged in these issues around the country. We share your passions, and we stand ready to assist communities of all sizes. You can email us, call us, visit our Broadband USA website, reach out in any way you wish, because we're here and ready to help work with you to solve your broadband issues. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it back over to Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for joining us today and for those remarks. I know that we are also on our side very excited about all of the different initiatives coming out of NTIA and in particular the opportunities that are coming forward with the NBAM program. So thank you for that, and I look forward to working, continuing to work with your agency on all of these different projects.
Thank you, and again, congratulations on the conference.
Thank you. So coming up for the rest of today, we have 4 more panels for you all today. I'm very excited about all of these. In just a moment, we're going to hand it over to, we'll be handing it over to several of our colleagues and leaders in the tribal broadband space to discuss leveraging broadband infrastructure to strengthen tribal sovereignty. After that, I will be moderating a panel on the benefits of broadband on tribal lands, looking at how broadband in application can benefit tribal communities. We'll then take a short break, about 15 minutes, and come back together at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time for a panel on tribal libraries, followed by a panel on tribal colleges looking at nation building with cyber infrastructure. And after that, we'll do a short closing and get everybody out hopefully a little bit earlier today. So again, thank you all. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but do I have my speakers for the next session on the line? Do I have Crystal, Joni, Ralph, and John?
Hi, Stephanie. This is John, and I'll moderate the discussion. I know we have Ralph, and I was just checking to see, Joni, I see, and Crystal. Are you on as well, Crystal? There's Crystal. Crystal, thank you so much for your time today. Stephanie, we can jump in. I think you'll be driving the slides, and if you'd be willing, we'd just go to the next slide, and then I will guide you along as we step through the conversation here. But thanks so much, everyone, for making the time to join us today. I have a distinct honor and privilege to be able to serve as a moderator for this discussion today, which we've entitled Leveraging Broadband Infrastructure to Strengthen Tribal Sovereignty, as a panel discussion. And we have with us, as you can see here, really a distinguished and talented group. And one of the things we're very excited about is we've had a dialogue as a working team here where we come at the very important topic around broadband access from some different points of background, but which we think are very complementary to one another. We have Crystal Hadaway with us. Crystal with the Community Planning and Economic Development Department for the Makah Tribe, and has led some really exciting work from a broadband development perspective for the Makah Tribe, and that's why it was so important that we had Crystal on before we could proceed. Crystal will share her experience after I just set the table with a few comments. Joni Buffalo Head, who is SVP with Indigenous Pact, and we have Ralph Brown, who is founder and principal at Brown Wolf Consulting, but most recently was the Chief Technology Officer at Cable Labs and has led a great deal of technology innovation and orchestration around the evolution of the broadband landscape from a cable telecom media infrastructure perspective. My name is John Calhoun. I'm the managing director of a business consulting firm that works heavily in the broadband space called Sancherry Associates. Stephanie will go to the next slide. I'm just going to offer a few comments around just to set the table on the kind of obvious statement, which is that broadband is important, and then let's talk about the context in which we face today as we think about access to the network. Broadband has really become essential for communities in terms of how we get information, how we communicate, entertainment, evidence this very event that we're doing today, transportation, education, commerce, business productivity, physical and mental health and wellness, individual connection. We all know how deeply the threads of broadband weave through our lives today. And if you'll go to the next page, Stephanie, it's sometimes said that it's just the younger generation that is digital, but the reality is that digital and internet connectivity and dependence pervades all generations and age groups today. And we can see, just as you look, breakdown by generational groups, so population or age segments, what a large percentage of each of these populations use and depend upon the internet or connected devices on a daily basis. We sure know that about millennials and Gen Z, but that's true for really all populations, not just your digital native ones. It underscores the importance with which a broadband connection runs through all of our daily lives. Crystal, the next slide. And when we look at the growth in broadband penetration across the United States, just going back to the year 2000, there were only around 5 million broadband households. Broadband is defined at that time. Today, of course, this is 2020, but by 2018, 85% of U.S. households had what was considered to be a broadband connection, and that's over 100 million households that have a broadband connection. So it really underscores this idea that the broadband connection, like phone service, like electrical, has really become a lifeline connection for households today, and underscores the importance with which the services that are enabled through a broadband connection apply to people's lives. If we look at the next slide, Cisco does a set of work. Every year they do an annual internet report that looks at the state of the internet globally and how is it used and where is it going. And so much useful information there, but among factors there, projecting 29 billion connected devices by 2023. The number of connected devices per person just since 2018 has doubled from 2.4 to 3.6 in a household. And it's important to mark in your mind the idea of a 3.6 connected devices per person today. Look at how quickly that's growing and what a large number this is. A research group called Statista projects 50 billion connected devices by 2020. And so if we go to the next page, the other thing that's important is that speed of connectivity and the quality of connectivity. Here's just an extract from just a sales website that Comcast uses. This is just a regular website where they give advice about how much speed do you need in order to do different kinds of services or functionalities. This is a guidance to help someone decide what speed to purchase. But it's of note here as you look at how speeds that are available across the broadband landscape have grown so dramatically, and you can see some of the kinds of things that are recommended in terms of what would you need in order to be able to do the list of things that are listed there. You can see that when we're talking about FCC-defined baseline broadband access, 25 megabits per second download speed, that is in this far left category. And we just talked about that the average per capita 3.6 or almost 4 connected devices per household. So you can see very quickly how important having broadband of adequate speed is important to communities, both for personal and commercial needs. Next slide, Stephanie. There's, of course, the reason that we are here today, which is that 1 in 10 households lack a broadband connection of at least 25 megabits downstream speed and 3 megabits upstream speed. You can see from that prior slide, that's nowhere near the gigabit speeds that so many households in the United States have access to or globally have access to today. But 1 in 10 households lack basic 25 megabit broadband speed as of the 2019 FCC broadband report. And if we go to the next slide, then Stephanie, this issue is most severe in tribal lands across the 573 federally recognized tribal nations. You can see at different speeds how the availability differs between United States as a whole in black, U.S. urban areas in the dark gray, U.S. rural areas in the lighter gray, and then tribal lands in the red. And so obviously a very significant gap and issue if we start from the point of broadband has become an essential lifeline service for people, and what a gap we have in terms of access to that across our tribal nations. So we'll go to the next slide, and then Crystal, I'll hand it to you, which is we wanted to bring, we want to be as a professional community, but as part of this panel also, we're really focused on how should we be thinking about approaches to resolve the broadband services gap in tribal lands. What should we prioritize? What's needed? Tribal leaders, community leaders, and government officials be taking into consideration. And so that's really the focus of our discussion here. To inform that, I think wonderful starting place to have Crystal share with us your work with the Makah tribe. You've been such a leader for the community and from both the broadband perspective, but also a community development perspective. And let me let you just share your experience in terms of how you've addressed with your community some of the broadband challenges, and also help us understand a little bit about how to think about this in a broader context. So Stephanie, I'll have you go to the next slide, and then we're going to let Crystal drive.
Hi, am I on?
You are.
All right, sounds good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your kind words, John. To everyone else, thank you for this opportunity to present and to share with you the story of my tribe and how we are addressing our internet needs. As John had introduced me, my name is Crystal Hoddaway, and I am a member of the Makah Nation. The Makah Nation, if we can go to the next slide, please. So the Makah Nation, for those who are unfamiliar, we're located in Washington State. We're located on the very tip of the state where the Pacific Ocean meets the Straits of Juan de Fuca. Also, we have the Olympic rainforest that's to the east of us. So with this location, it's important to know that we're located in a very rural and remote area. So as we're located on the coast of Washington, we're a fishing village. So our lives depend, they revolve around the tides. When is it going? When is it going out, coming in? Everything revolves around the water. And the other thing about our location is that as we are so rural and remote, it makes it extremely difficult to provide any kind of compelling business case for your traditional telecoms. We do have a provider, and I'll get into that in a minute. But the challenges are the infrastructure is aging and old. It's aging. It's getting old. And we're also very far, so any deliveries to our reservation, it's expensive. And so let's go on to the next slide, please. As I was saying, I'm Crystal Hodaway, the grants writer for the tribe. Sorry, I skipped over that. I've been a grants writer for about 7 or 10 years now, and I've been working on the Makah Tech team as the chairperson of that task force for 7 years. And so when the Makah Tribal Council assembled this task force, this was the problem that we had to address, that was internet connectivity. And our current telecom provider wasn't really, like I said, we didn't have a compelling business case. We're small, we're remote, we're rural, and so we don't provide a return on investment. In addition, the internet problem, it was just getting worse. The system itself was oversaturated and oversubscribed. We're talking that we were clocking speeds lower than dial-up, and it just was it was extremely frustrating and tough. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the problem then also presented a need, and the need, how we can use internet and broadband, it's so vast and widespread. I actually, when I was compiling this list, I was thinking, okay, is there any area that doesn't need internet or broadband to be able to just conduct their job, to be able to do their job effectively, efficiently, and to minimize the mistakes? And so the need, the biggest need was for our school, for our students. We have a kindergarten through 12 school, and we have about 500 kids in the school. We had spent many years developing curriculum and reinforcing the cultural aspect into our schools. We're bringing back Makahs to be teachers to our students. And in fact, our superintendent and principals to both the elementary and high school, they're all Makah mothers. So it's really, we take our education seriously. But what happened was that the Washington State Office of Public School Instruction issued this policy where all state-mandated tests would have to be taken by a broadband link. And this was to be able to develop these personalized learning plans, lesson plans for each student. And it's great, it's wonderful, because these students will be able to get even more out of school, right? But it only works if everyone has a broadband connection, and not everyone did. So what we were looking at is having to send our kids 40 miles away to bus the entire school 40 miles away to take a state-mandated test. And our tribal council has said that's unacceptable, that is not a solution, and we will find something else. You know, healthcare is another big thing, and especially for us, where I'm located in Nia Bay, is we're located about 4 hours away from Seattle, where the bulk of the specialized providers are located. We send our tribal members, our community members, to see those specialized doctors frequently, and it takes a lot of resources. You need a car, you need gas money, you need food money. Sometimes you have to spend the night, and then there's the recovery after that long drive, because again, it's 4 hours one way. So those were part of some of the ideas, some of the needs that propelled this project forward, because there were areas where we could incorporate the need and justify the means to get broadband to our reservation in various different ways. Economic development is also another interesting one, because you can look at it from an organizational point of view, or you can look at it from an entrepreneurship point of view. There's also public safety. Public safety is really another, I mean, all of these are huge driving factors behind our project. So let's go to the next slide, please. So we had to come up with a solution. And so the overarching goal since 2013 has always been to create our own tribally owned network. And so when we first started, like, oh yeah, it's easy, let's do it. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it is doable. It is very doable. You can stack and leverage and make trades. So what we did to build our own network, when we went into quarantine, we went and we developed a extremely detailed design plan where we are able to reach my community, and I'll get into that in a minute. But to build it, what we had to do initially was we needed to build our team. We needed to do an assessment of who do we have, who can we bring on, who do we need, who's missing from this, and then what do we need as far as technology? What are we using? A full-on assessment of what we had, what we needed, and where we were going to be going. And that includes, technology, policy. We got pretty active with the policy world as far as tribal telecom goes. And policy and funding go hand in hand. So those were the key points that we utilized that can be replicated in other teams. The other thing is that we capitalize on funding in targeted areas. So, for example, there was a really big push for public safety for emergency preparedness. Now, again, I live on the Washington coast, so earthquakes are something we deal with on a daily basis as far as being able to respond to an earthquake, as well as tsunamis. And so emergency preparedness is a very big issue here. Furthermore, because of our location, that requires us to have this element of self-sufficiency that you don't see in other areas that are closer in proximity to your urban areas. Next slide, please. So the result. And it took a while. It took 7 years to get to this point. But what we have now is the Makah Community Access Project, or MCAP. It is a wireless network deployed over the Makah Reservation utilizing 2.5 spectrum over 3 channels. We're able to reach 99% of the community members, and we're able to guarantee speeds of 25 down, 3 up. We are really excited about that because we have historically been underrepresented as far as tribal telecom goes with our own provider. And those providers, both wireline and wireless, have not been able to be able to do this, to reach 99% of the homes and to be able to provide these speeds. The reach is extremely exciting to begin with. How we got to that point was we leveraged funding and projects. So one of the biggest things that has been noted from other organizations on what is effective in our particular team setup is how we chunk out different tasks of the project, of the overall project. I like to call it quilting. I'm not a quilter by any means. My grandma is, and I love her work. But it's taking a little square from here and a little square from there, sewing them together to be able to create this blanket. And so, for example, what we had done, and this also goes back to the targeted these funding specific funding areas, is that we in order to be able to strategically place towers on our reservation to address the different communication holes or areas where there's no service at all, we needed to be able to study and to be able to create a document that says this is the best place that you should put it. You should look at this area. And in order to do that, what we did was we applied to the Tribal Homeland Security Program, and we included a radio study as well as funds for construction to construct the tower. So that we did that back in 2018, and that has served us well over the past 2 years. Another thing that we had done was we have partnered with the Washington State Department of Commerce Community Economic Revitalization Board, and we've applied for funding with them. And what we did was we then repurposed that funding when we went into quarantine so that we could do the engineering for the entire MCAP program versus for the organization. And so the design plan was finished in June, and in August we deployed our test network. We have 10 people on right now, and it's going beautifully. We don't have the speeds or any kind of throttling going on right now, so it's kind of wide open, and getting speeds of like 94 megabytes is incredible. Another thing that happened as a result of this is, increased partnerships. These partnerships cannot be understated, and they have to be emphasized. Our partnerships have led to our success as well as their success as well. So we've been able to increase our partnerships with tribes, with our actual telecoms. That's a really interesting thing as well. Is we've been able to build a relationship with our local telecom. The different policy organizations, whether it is just within the county, the state, region, nationally, internationally. Those partnerships are truly important so that we know what is out there, what's going on, who's working. And then, of course, contractors, the funding agencies, as well as the nonprofits and foundations. These again, cannot be understated. The other thing is that what I realize is missing from this list now is your vendors. Building those relationships with your vendors is key, because these are going to be the people that know where to get this equipment, how fast, may be able to get you some really good prices. Those partnerships, again, because we're stronger together, and that's why we're so supportive of our partnerships. Next slide, please. So with that, I did a really brief rundown on my project and what we're doing. This is here's my contact information, and I sit on various boards. This is not an exhaustive list. These are just the boards that are relevant to communications. And so with that, I thank you for your time. I thank you for this opportunity, and I will turn it over to Joni.
Great. And in fact, I think what I'll do, Crystal, thank you so much for sharing that. And Joni, what we might do, I'll let you start, but what we wanted to then just step back and reflect on the Makah tribe's experience, as Crystal has shared it, and list your thoughts, Joni, from a broader perspective, the Indigenous Pact perspective, looking across tribal nations' experience, and then also to engage your thoughts, Ralph, as you just reflect on what was shared here, and the broader question that tried to frame some of the key questions here on this page here in front of us. And I think what we could do is we've got a takeaway slide that we'll go to in a moment, after our discussion, but for the moment, I think it maybe makes sense, Stephanie, if you can I don't know if we can come off of slide sharing. We might be able to see more people here, but and then we can open this to a discussion. So I'll let you take it, Joni, and Ralph and Crystal. I've got a couple of questions that follow up, and then for the entire group, if there are questions and reflection on the Makah tribe's experience or this discussion, we'll present opportunity for folks to raise those questions as well. But Crystal, thank you so much. And it's incredible the work you've done and the progress you've made in the short time that you have quilting as you have. Joni, I'd be interested for you just to reflect. I know you've worked with Crystal in capacities for some time and know one another, but as you just reflect on that experience and as you look across the broadband challenge across tribal landscape, do some of the same challenges ring true from your perspective? And as you think about what are some of the greatest hurdles or obstacles to closing a gap, what thoughts come to mind for you?
First, I want to say good morning or good afternoon to everyone, depending on what side of the land you're on today, as you connect to this virtual, this connection. Again, my name is Joni Buffalohead. I'm Dakota. I am enrolled or a citizen of Sisseton Wahpeton. My family is down in Flandreau, Santee. I have, as everyone here knows, Native communities, we're all different. You could say there's 574 sovereign, federally recognized tribes, but there's more communities than that. And one thing we have in common is the histories we have with the United States government. And although Indigenous Pact is young, we have made some real changes partnering with tribes in a few years, and I'm looking forward to building a relationship with Makah. Our mission at Indigenous Pact is to improve health equity in one generation. So that's 25 years, and like I said, we're hitting the ground strong because we've been experiencing, these inequities for a long time and kind of tired of talking about it and like to make some action, build action. And of course, one major inequity that we uncover many times, especially since the pandemic, is access to broadband. And although my work is focusing on health and social services in the communities, Indigenous communities, the basic denominator, the common denominator is connectivity and basic needs, as like Crystal was talking about. And Indigenous Pact now finds additional needs in our experience with improving or increasing infrastructure for our tribal nations we work with. And broadband, from design to wireless to equipment for health providers to equipment for the home, education for the homes, those family members are within those homes, and then sustainment of the technology, the equipment, and the education that's needed that are culturally respectful for each community. And I see us as advocates for tribal sovereignty in this digital fight. And once again, sovereignty is challenged by the dominant society, and it's broadband now. Broadband is important for our health, our education, our tribal economies, and at the same time, we are protecting our environment. We are fighting for safe drinking water. We are fighting for air that we can breathe. We are fighting for all relationships, and most importantly, we're fighting for Mother Earth. So I just had to say that, so you know where I'm coming from. I'm wearing two hats. Even though I work for Indigenous Pact, we're an advocate, we're an ally working with tribal communities. And some of the things that we do is we can analyze current and planned activities to help create sustainable revenue sources so that tribes don't have to rely on grant to grant. And whether we're dealing with access to special care, opioids, elder services, or coordination of care for the members, and with the multiple abilities, mortalities. So everything that Crystal said is basically we are reconfiguring our approach and what we are researching with policy and revenue streams to help this basic need of just having access to broadband.
Joni, I think you underscore a point we've talked about at some length here as a panel around the potential to either achieve scale or kind of stronger results from an organization across communities perspective. That's obviously something your team has led so effectively. I see a question from John Winfrey. John, we'll acknowledge that for Crystal, that was around the nature of where the funding sources were, Crystal, for your project. Before I go to that question, let me ask you, Ralph. You have led in the broadband community and evolution of a broadband landscape that started with a lot of really small cable operators, and today is a much more consolidated landscape. And in the work you led with Cable Labs, I think we've talked a bit about how important scale and coordination can be in terms of addressing some challenges like this. I'd love any reactions you might have just as you listen to Crystal and Joni speak, and thoughts you might have on that challenge.
Yeah, thank you, John. It probably would be worthwhile to provide a little history or background on Cable Labs. Many people may not be familiar with it. So Cable Labs is a nonprofit research and development organization funded by 65 cable operators around the world. I was CTO there until about a year ago for about 15 years and led development and broadband either through cable modems or wireless or fiber. So been involved in a broad variety of technologies. And as you said, I think Cable Labs was formed a little over 30 years ago really to bring together a lot of disparate cable operators to build scale, to have common solutions across them. And they leveraged Cable Labs to set standards, to define technology in ways that they could all share and leverage. So it's really that community that lended the power to Cable Labs, a relatively small organization, to have a pretty significant and outsized impact. With respect to this whole week, I love the opportunity to hear from communities and individuals about what their needs are and to think about what might be technical solutions to address those issues and those needs. And I having participated and sat in on a number of sessions this week, there are a few observations I've had or made. First of all, and it's been expressed a number of different times, is there's no single technology solution that's going to work for all situations. But I will say that most solutions are likely going to include both fiber and wireless to really provide the desired coverage in these tribal areas. It's likely fiber or perhaps microwave relay to the radio towers and some form of fixed wireless access from there to the home. There may be certain communities where there are critical facilities or critical buildings that need fiber to those buildings or direct connections. But by and large, for the residences, wireless access may be more efficient, more cost effective. The 2.5 gigahertz tribal window was really a unique opportunity, and it's really a valuable asset. But I think it's going to have to be, it's going to be required to use it to retain the license. And so I think you should be considering how best to leverage this resource by considering any deployment requirements of the FCC in your planning. And then, as you pointed out, broadband deployment really requires scale economics. And this is particularly true for the equipment that goes in the home. So the larger the purchasing volume, the lower the cost per unit item. And that was an experience at Cable Labs. Originally, they were proprietary cable modem solutions, and it was $500 a cable modem to buy one. But through creating a standard, that price has come down to well below $50 a unit. So there's some real advantages to building scale economics. And then lastly, this Tribal Broadband Summit and the Indigenous PAC are an excellent opportunity for tribes to collaborate on solutions. And you should think about how this collaboration could be leveraged to increase your purchasing power, aligning around common standards and multi-vendor products. I think there's a real opportunity there.
Mm-hmm. Ralph, that's really helpful perspective, and certainly to the audience that's observing, we'll open also, I think, in the chat if you'd like to enter questions. We'll address those. We just have about 6 minutes
We can also
and then
questions over the phone if you'd like.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Yes,
It sounds
operator,
like
if you'd
questions
open the
as well.
phone line, we can
That's
open
great.
up for questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Crystal, we had a question first from John Winfrey, who asked if roughly what percentage of funding came from what source. And I think this goes to, you use a phrase that I love. You said you're quilting, which I know is more than just funding. It's everything else you have to stitch together also to make it happen. But can you speak to John's question of kind of the nature of the sources of funding and what kind of a sense of, the question is roughly what percent of funding came from what source, maybe a sense of the nature of your sources and how you quilted that together.
Right. Okay, so I would say the overall cost for this project to do the MCAP, it's roughly about, when we put in all the requirements, like indirect and stuff, that cost, it brings it up to probably about $800,000 to $900,000. And I'm going to say that we are looking at probably 80% of that to be paid for by grants. And so the different sources, we have a lot of different applications out there. And with funding, so here's kind of, it's kind of a criticism, but it's also a compliment at the same time. So the Department of Interior is the only federal agency that has issued a tribally specific broadband development grant, the only one. Mm-hmm. So in all of our other funding that we're going after, we're up against PUDs, we're up against electric companies, we're up against, gosh, why am I blanking on this? We're up against the telecoms. We're up against municipalities and counties. So I'm extremely proud of Department of Interior and Bureau of Indian Affairs for taking that. But at the same time, we need a bit more focus on tribal broadband development. So with that, the other thing is that the tribe has also put in its own funding for a fiber portion of this project. That was pre-COVID. It's really, really difficult to, we're not a gaming tribe. We have very limited resources. We have our economy is seasonally based. So we are looking at having to look at these grants for them to pay. And before I get into any other questions, I do have two more points that I want to make. One was the future needs, and Ralph talked about this a bit too as far as the 2.5 opportunity for tribes. So what I see happening, the future trends in the next 2 to 5 years, what we're going to be needing a lot of in Indian country is network administrators, network technicians. We're going to be needing tower climbers. We're going to need coders. So if you're focusing on areas of your economic development and your workforce development, and you went after 2.5, I would strongly recommend you start to focus and encourage people to get trained in those areas. The other thing is if there's one thing that you take away from my presentation today, it is that assessment. That assessment is so key, and you'll be going back to it numerous times because you're going to have to update your assessment. But that assessment is going to be how you shape your feasibility studies to fit your needs. And I say that because I've done a few different feasibility studies, and the first one was based on what other people thought we were going to need. The second feasibility study was based on what was the grant that we were applying for needing. Those didn't look at our medical billing situation. They didn't look at how we're going to be doing workforce development and increasing or introducing an entirely new employment sector that has never been seen on my reservation before. So if you take one thing away, it is your assessment and how vitally important that is. So I'm going to go ahead and let other people ask questions.
Crystal, thank you. And Stephanie, I realize I'm accustomed to the top of the hour, so I said we had 5 minutes. We don't. We have 15 minutes still. So we've got more time than I stated a minute ago. We will be the session finishes at 1:15 Eastern time. One of the things that strikes me is, Crystal, you talked about first when you talked about the quilting concept. I think you weren't talking just about funding, but all the pieces, whether it's network administrators or network techs or tower climbers on the one hand, it's what technology, it's where to find the funding, it's how to build it. So one question that comes to mind as I just listened to the incredible lift you and your teams have had there, it's striking to need to start from scratch there. And a thought comes back into my mind. Joni, you may have a perspective on this too, around, are there ways to think about across communities we might leverage coordinated efforts, I think, to capitalize on some of the things, Ralph, you described. As a team at this end, we've been thoughtful about, are there ways maybe to organize, together resources in a coordinated way? That might just be information. It might be in order to pursue funding. It might be, Ralph, from a commercial arrangements perspective in terms of pursuit of equipment and the like. So I guess the question I have for you, Crystal, and Joni, I'd like your perspective on this too, is how do you think about the focus of solving the problem, like for the Makah tribe, as compared to also the opportunity maybe to think about that across tribal communities in a broader way? Are there, would there be opportunities there that make sense or could be positive?
So, can I take this? You want me to go first, Joni? Okay, so I'm part of Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians, which is a policy advocacy group in the Northwest. There's multiple tribes that are a part of it in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, California, Montana, Alaska. And I do know that there's like Arizona and New Mexico tribes that attend as well. I don't know that they're member tribes though. That's a really interesting concept because we are stronger together, right? We can leverage and we can help catapult each other into the areas that they're needing or wanting to be in. And but the issue is that all the different tribal communities are at different places as far as where their infrastructure is and what their actual needs are. And so I do believe that there is an opportunity. There's also a need for tribes to band together with this and to be able to leverage and or pool resources where possible. I think it's got to be, in order for it to be truly successful, that foundation work has to be done. And so there's some tribes that are a bit further behind than me. And so creating that type of partnership would, in the end, slow down what my project is doing, but it would also bolster everyone at the same time. So I guess you got to weigh out the options and look at the actual specifics within the groups that you're looking at. Joni? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I totally concur with that. It's individual. It depends on the location, the politics, of the neighboring tribes. Again, it has to do with their histories. But there's a lot of different opportunities. There is definitely not one size fits all. When we go into communities, we really look at, we have to start, from the beginning of understanding where they have been, where they're at, and what their vision is. And we also try to look at other resources for the sustainment piece of it. So they're not going for just grant to grant. So we're looking at social impact funding to be more sustainable that way. So we're really starting to look outside the box, and the tribes are very, very innovative and a great partner for some of these items. And we also look at what current policies, what federal revenue streams are available that tribes may be able to benefit from as well. So that's infrastructure of those services, housing, healthcare services, long-term services. It's really individual tribal economies that we get to work with, and it's very interesting, challenging, because again, depending on where you're located, if you're like in a rural area like Maka, or you've been a urban area, like Shakopee of the Twin Cities, there's just different resources available and different politics, and depends on your neighbors and how you work with them and how they work against you. It really depends.
Ralph, you might have said 20 years ago there was different politics and different resources and different starting points among cable operators that would have been very small back then. And maybe just talk a little bit more about how that, your experience there with Cable Labs, which really was an organization across entities that were pursuing technology advancement from a broadband connectivity perspective might apply here. Oh, Ralph, I think you might be on, or you may be on mute.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it's still true today, actually. There's a lot of small cable operators out there, and they still benefit, they still participate in Cable Labs research and development. It really is through the convening of a lot of different groups coming from different perspectives, and they all bring a particular insight depending upon where they're starting from. And so it's not just the ones that are the leaders that are further ahead on the curve that don't bring insight to solutions and understanding. In fact, it's some of the smaller ones who face some of the biggest challenges that bring some of the best insight.
Yeah. It strikes me that there are things like the assessment templates, or how to think about technology options, let alone commercial transactions that might be opportunities to not have to recreate if we can leverage things that have been done. That's an interesting concept. Crystal, a question, we had a follow-up question to the earlier question around the funding sources, and this goes to a question I wanted to ask the panel, which is, it's one thing, I think, to figure out what you need and to figure out how to build it. I think it's another to maintain it. So once it's up and running, it's not like you just walk away. You've got to manage and maintain and optimize and care for and probably fund that infrastructure. A question that came up, a follow-on question was, do the users, I think we'll talk about the community access program, Crystal, do the users pay for the ongoing services? If so, how did you land on a monthly rate? That was a question that John asked. So I'm going to let you speak to that question specifically. And then there's this broader question of how do we think about the maintenance of solutions once we've got them in place?
Right. This is an excellent question. This is a question that has actually tripped me up for quite a few years. And so when we went into quarantine and my chairman directed me to figure out a solution for this, I removed that model from the entire equation. And so it's going to be looked at as a provided service, not a paid subscription by the customers, at least for the first 3 years. So the intent is to find that magical grant that will pay for backhaul, and then that the plan is that that will give me 3 years to determine the sustainability of the network, and looking at different options. So we'll have the annual cost to operate the network. That is going to be backhaul, equipment maintenance, the operations and maintenance, contractors, engineers, and personnel that are included in it, which is probably going to be about $400,000 annually. So then from there, it's looking at what leases do we have in place that can help pay for this? What other services do we have that are already in place that can also help pay for this that we might be able to expand and or enhance? And then what are the really exciting things that we're not doing yet that we can do to create jobs, pay for the network, keep people connected, and keep thriving?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Joni or Ralph, any thoughts on the how to think about the ongoing maintenance dimension of it? That's not trivial.
The ongoing maintenance, again, it's the community, and I don't want to speak for any tribes, but I would envision that they build up their internal workforce, maybe partner with the tribal colleges to develop the curriculum and the certification process or whatever. And maybe it's connecting with outside the tribal nation walls, and maybe they become competitive with mainstream providers. And that's a tough one to answer. And again, it's moving, because each tribe has their own unique tribal economy. It depends on how much they are able to access and identify different funding streams from different other programs, and then again, it's up to the tribe. Do they put everything into one general fund and disperse that way? Do they just, reimburse and send to that same program? It's really something for tribal leadership to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think everyone sort of looks at the big numbers up front in terms of the investment to, do the build of the network to begin with, and it really is. You want it to have some sort of sustainable ongoing model that covers those operational costs longer term. Otherwise, you find yourself in a position where you're looking back and having another massive investment to refresh the network or expand the network, things like that. So it really is important to think about that. And I think there were some interesting examples I heard during the week of leasing access to third-party providers as a way to generate revenue, have certain services, off your books, and pay for the cost of operating the network. So there's some interesting ways to think about it. I really do think building the resources, human resources within your communities is very important because it is going to be something that you need to sustain as a community long term. And so thinking about training, education, occupations, things like that is an important factor in thinking about that sustainability.
Yeah, that's helpful. Stephanie, can we? Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to add in, to actually answer that second part of the question, to how you land on a monthly rate. I think what I had intended to do was to do a comparison analysis on the different telecoms that are in my area and look to try to come up with a comparable price in that same area. There's some that it's just outrageous. I know a lot of tribal people who can't afford $150 a month for service. So if I'm trying to do something like that, I'm looking at what the current price is, but also what I know my people can afford.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Crystal. Stephanie, if it's possible to go back to the screen slide share, I'll just share. We have a one takeaways slide, and then we'll let everyone. So, Stephanie, would you advance that one? We don't have to go through all of these comments here, but as a panel group, we sat down and said, well, what do we think some of the major takeaways might be from the discussion, and as we think about what to take away from the challenge we've been working on together here. And I think there's some really important points here around just kind of key takeaways. There's not a single right technology solution, but I think maybe opportunities to leverage what others have done to think about the sustainability plan in addition to the build plan, and maybe think about ways that we could capitalize on coordinated or scaled effort. And then, of course, to leverage resources and forums like this and peers and professionals like the leadership that Crystal has shown. These slides, I think, are available through the summit. But if you just go to the next page, which is where we wrap up, that's where we'll say the most important thing, which is thank you. Certainly, we are available. I'm with Sancherry Associates. We have an email address, tribalbroadband at sancherryassociates.com. If you reach out and let us know that you are interested, we will help to coordinate and connect dots. And then, Crystal, I thought I had maybe your contact information on this slide, but that's earlier in the deck. You do have that. So, Crystal, as you offered to be available as well, with any questions, certainly you should feel free to reach out to Crystal as well. Again, thank you to Crystal and to Joni and to Ralph for your time here. Any final comments before we wrap up?
Well, just thanks for the opportunity to participate. It's been very enlightening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ralph. Crystal
I'll let Joni say her byes first.
I just want to say thank you, and thank you to my colleague, Ashley Hesse, who's been working with this panel, putting this together for us. And, of course, I want to thank Crystal and your council for, participating in this panel today as well.
Mm-hmm. Crystal?
I want to say kleko, ixchuik shots to you all. Let's thank you in a few different languages.
Can't top that. Thank you so much, Crystal. It's important work, and we're on the right path. We got a lot of work to do, but also events like this summit and the efforts that are represented here sure underscore that we're on the right path. So, Stephanie, thank you so much for having us, and to all of the participants here, thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us today. That was a fascinating conversation. I really appreciate the real deep dive into the Macon network and all of the planning and the decision making that went into it. That was certainly informative, and I learned a lot. I hope our participants got as much out of it as I did. And so now we're going to turn to our next session. This is a panel discussion on the benefits of broadband on tribal lands, overviewing different types of applications for broadband. I think this segues really nicely from some of what we heard at the end of the conversation there in the discussion with Crystal and Joni and everyone. So this is great. I'd just like to confirm that we have our next panelists on the line. Danae Wilson, Manager and Director of the National Tribal Department of Telecommunications Services. Danae, are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you and welcome. And then joining us also today, we have Amber Crotty, Council Delegate to Navajo Nation. Amber, are you with us?
Oh, yes, I'm on the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And finally, Godfrey Anjati, General Manager with Mescalero Apache Telecom.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Stephanie.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to be moderating today's panel, and so I should turn my video back on. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thanks again for joining us. I'm going to be moderating today's panel. You've been hearing from me all week, but for those of you who don't know me very well, I'm a Senior Policy Analyst with the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs Management here at Department of the Interior. I'm very excited for this conversation, and what we're going to do today is we're going to have a series of presentations from each of our panelists presenting on their ideas and what's happening in their organizations, and then we'll come back together for a short discussion and open up for questions. So again, thank you all, and with that, let's go ahead and turn it back over to Danae for a presentation on what's going on at NESPERS. Danae.
Well, thanks everybody for participating today. I know it's been a jam-packed week. I've been participating as much as possible and listening in, and you've had a flurry, a whole week's worth of experts and people who are building in Indian country. So I really appreciate the summit, and I appreciate all the presenters, and definitely, probably most of all, I appreciate all the participants who have stuck with it for a full week. So we can move to the next slide. So I'm with Nez Perce Tribe. I'm a Nez Perce tribal member, and I live on the Nez Perce Reservation. I happen to be fortunate enough to live and work here and be on our tribal lands and do deployment within our tribal lands. So this is our reservation. We're in north central Idaho, and we've built our region where there were no other services being provided. So we've probably been in what used to be called broadband, was actually a very low speed or very high speed dial-up, whatever you want to call it. But we've been doing connectivity over our reservation for a very long time, and with every new iteration, every new technology, we expand and grow. Next slide, please. So some of the things, I'm really happy to follow the last panel, because the last panel ended on where we want to start. As builders in Indian country, we have to take everything that the last panel talked about and elaborate on it. So I'm very thankful to the last panel. They led right into this. And so some of the things I'd really like us to start thinking about is, once the network is established, what do you do with it? How do you sustain it, and how do you grow it? And there are a lot of different things that you can do aside from funding, things that you have to think about that impact what you do on a regular basis. So some of the things that the last panelists talked about were sustainability, financial sustainability, and long-term support of your network. And so those are real costs, and somebody has to pay those costs. And if you're not developing your staff in-house, if you're not working with your tribal colleges, your local universities, the local community colleges, you're missing out, and you're having to pay high costs in terms of support contracts and specialties coming in from outside. What Nez Perce did is we took a different approach when we needed to develop our staff. We were having to pay contractors to come from Spokane, a 3-hour drive from Spokane, a 4-hour drive from Boise, or if we needed a specialty, we had to bring people in from Seattle. So the costs for us to rely on outside assistance were exorbitant. They were creating an unsustainable model. They were taking our network into essentially something that would have to be dismantled in a number of years if we didn't find a better solution. So what we had done is we did aptitude testing, and we actually made it really fun. So as a department manager, I took several staff rock climbing in Spokane. And the intent was not to go just play and have fun, but to see who had aptitude and who could do the rock climbing, right? Because I needed tower climbers. I'll be honest, I failed miserably. Not only did I not trust my guide, this person on the ground telling me where to put my hand and how to climb, but I didn't trust the person telling me how to come back down. And so I failed miserably. I was the yeller, screamer, cusser. I was the one screaming at everybody, telling them not to tell me what to do. I could figure it out. So it takes aptitude. You have to be able not only to do the work, but then be confident in yourself to execute. Because there's a lot of things happening. When you're on the tower is moving naturally, right? And so you have to be prepared for those things. So we started with small things like that. We did these small rock climbing to see which staff internally had aptitude for climbing. We ended up with a group of individuals who literally, like spiders, walked up the wall and came down the wall, went to tower climbing training and succeeded. We had one woman, the first woman in our region anyways, who was a rescuer, who certified in bringing full-grown men, twice her size, she's a little tiny thing, bringing them down off the tower. So that's how we started. We had to do a fixed wireless network. There's no other way for us to deploy on our reservation because of the terrain and the geography. So we did a fixed wireless network. We have 22 towers across our reservation. And we have 13 or so what we call neighborhood solutions, small cell deployments, where we can distribute services to people who would typically be unserved, because fixed wireless is a line of sight technology. But what this has spurred is Internet of Things, right? So now I don't have to send a tower climber up every time. We have certified drone operators who can run the drone up the tower and check our cabling. Bird poop is a problem on towers. Anybody who tells you it isn't, it is. You have to clean those things. You have to look for erosion. You have to look for wear and tear from the weather. So drone operators. We surveillance. We have a whole section of our network that is only running surveillance for law enforcement, for fire management, fire suppression, for air quality monitoring. So those cameras and that equipment that is just doing static monitoring, that's a specialty. So that grew out of having high-speed connectivity on our reservation. Radio communications, you see a LMR there. That's for law enforcement. So law enforcement, we needed a radio operator internally. We needed somebody who could run that equipment, who could test that equipment, and who could ensure that that equipment was running. And then we needed to even take it one step further. Once we had all the law enforcement equipment on our towers, then we needed somebody to be able to convert that signal from analog to digital and transmit it faster over digital communication so we could have full reservation-wide communication. And we needed boom operators. We needed cement layers. We needed installers for fences and roads. And so next slide, please. So you can see how this grows. This grows your workforce. This grows your opportunity, and this grows things that you typically wouldn't have seen if you didn't have the infrastructure. So we worked with our local community college, and we worked with Northwest Indian College, who has a campus on Nez Perce, and we worked with the local universities, University of Idaho and Washington State University, and we do career fairs to all of the high schools. And what we do is we are looking to ensure that we have a workforce that's being trained in these specialties that are now created and have a job placement on Nez Perce Reservation for our people to stay in the region, to become educated, and then we can rely on our local talent to do the support of our network because they have a vested interest in staying here. This is where they were raised. This is where their families are. So then we're not relying on people from outside who are, this may be a stopgap. They're coming in because it's a good career move. They're going to make the money they need, gain the experience they don't have, and then take it someplace else to make more money, right? Because living in rural areas, the economies are definitely not the same as the Seattle area, as an example. So this is some of these pictures are again areas where we did deployments that we didn't think were a one-off. Fire suppression, we didn't know that fire suppression and smoke monitoring on our towers was going to help us maintain control of forest fire and wildfire. In our region, burns, crop burns at the end of the season are still allowed, and so this was a crop burn. This was a stubble burn on the crop field that got out of control. Wind picked it up and carried it off, and we were able to stop it before it spread because we had monitors. We had people monitoring and getting alerts on their cell phones that the smoke was out of control, so they could log into that tower and see what was happening. Stephanie, keep me on time so I don't take anybody else's time. So, and then the next tank, the water tanks, those are actually fish rearing tanks, and what's in those fish are salmon. Nez Perces are world-renowned for our salmon restoration. It's a major part of our income here on the Nez Perce Reservation, and we have a massive fisheries employment workforce. And in those tanks, those rearing tanks, we're controlling how much feed, what the water temperature is, and how big the fish are. We're constantly monitoring and calculating so that we can ensure that we have the best rearing facility possible. So, again, the technology, having broadband, brought in new specialties, brought in new capabilities, and brought in opportunities that didn't exist before. The two bottom pictures are, we really thought we had a vandal. We truly thought we had somebody purposely doing damage to our tower. And what ended up happening, it's hard to tell what it is, but in the black and white photo, that's a dog. A stray dog was digging underneath the fence and looking for heat to have her puppy. And this was in the wintertime. We couldn't figure out why people kept taking our network down, and really it was the dog. the dog was knocking loose the power cables that go to that generator, and we kept going down. We couldn't figure out. We happened to catch this just on a fluke because the dog would hear us coming and wouldn't be there by the time we got there. So we couldn't figure out what was causing our network to go down. Again, surveillance is something that you don't think you need until you need it. We needed it to find out what was happening to our equipment, and it happened to be a stray dog. The downsides of having all these newly created roads to these towers in these rural areas is vandalism. We have a mass amount of dumping, not just in this case, this happens to be natural material, so it was very easily taken to a landfill and disposed of, but we have people leaving trash out on our tower roads. We have people leaving animal carcasses on our tower roads. So vandalism is a real thing. If we go to the next slide, there's a couple more pictures that I'll show you, and then I'll turn it over to somebody else. These are bullet holes. So we had an individual with a high-range rifle who found out we had law enforcement on our towers. And in rural Idaho, there was a very negative perception of bringing connectivity to a rural Idaho. Some people live in Idaho, so they're not connected, right? I mean, that's the whole point of moving to this rural location is you don't have to be connected if you don't want to be connected. And so what ended up happening is an individual who was a property owner several parcels away took a high-powered rifle and shot our tower up, took down law enforcement equipment, took out air quality monitoring. They tried to damage the generator, but the generator itself is encased in steel because you have to protect it from fires, and obviously it protected it from gunshots. But we had about, I don't know, $70,000 worth of damage done to our tower just from somebody being angry that we had communication. Specialties are developed, but the offset of that is your region may not be 100% prepared for what you're doing. And so it's both sides of the coin, right? We developed all these new education and job entrepreneurial opportunities, but we also shine the spotlight on what we're doing, and people who don't want connectivity, who don't want law enforcement, we're able to do damage. So it's both. You have a lot of expense to maintain your network and to keep your equipment operating in peak performance so that it can deliver the service necessary. And you also have expense in what you can do in terms of vandalism and community outreach to ensure that they understand that this is benefiting the entire region and they still have a choice. They can still choose not to be connected. So I'll stop there. I'm trying to make sure I don't take anybody else's time. But I am very honored to be sitting on a panel with such esteemed individuals as the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Danae. That was really interesting, and I really appreciate, too, that discussion, both of sort of the positive benefits that can be brought through your expanded access, as well as some of the negatives that need to be planned for and mitigated against, not necessarily deal breakers or anything like that, but just awareness of some of those other things that can come along with it that perhaps our communities need to be aware of. I also thank you very much for that great story about the rock climbing and how you identified, potential employees to be your tower climbers. That's really innovative. I haven't heard of anything like that before, and I certainly identify with failing at rock climbing. I, too, am the person who gets halfway up the wall and can't figure out how to come down. So I'm glad that you have found people who were more adept at that skill. Next, we're going to hear from Council Delegate Amber Crotty of Navajo Nation. Amber, if you'd like to.
Hello, Yat-A. Good morning. If you could move to the next slide, please. Yat-A kia ani nishle do bilagana versus chin deschini deshe do bilagana deshenele she Amber Canas Bakrati yanisha tol hot soy benatsha. So I'm coming to you from the Navajo Nation along the foothills of the Chushkai Mountain. And on the Navajo Nation Council, I represent 7 communities of Cove, Todlina, Two Gray Hills, Red Valley, Sonosli, Sheep Springs, Beklabato, and Gadiai. As a member of the Navajo Nation, I sit on the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'm the chairwoman of the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. I did graduate from UCLA, and I always tease that Sally Mae may have gotten the best of me, but I didn't learn anything more that my grandma couldn't teach me. And so I just appreciate all the time and energy for all of our people who are on the line and the knowledge that you're sharing with all of us to navigate through this modern broadband world. And so in my job and in my duty here as a council delegate and representing the people of Navajo Nation and beyond, as a mother, as an auntie, as a grandma, and simply as a 5-fingered human individual, my role is to strengthen the response to law enforcement and to all of our agencies on the rates of sexual violence here on the Navajo Nation, and most importantly for this conversation, how it impacts our children and the roles that we play in coordination with law enforcement, and how expanding our network can help restore that healing and really do a lot of the prevention work. Next slide, please. So on the Navajo Nation Council, as any elected leadership will tell you, there's huge needs, systemic issues that need to be addressed. And so I've really carved out 4 areas in terms of how we can support economic development, which is not just the wage economy, but the spiritual connection in knowing that with your own 2 hands and using the elements around you that you can provide for yourself. And looking at the remote learning opportunities for Navajo families, children, elders to work and study. As a mother and having 2 children who are doing at-home schooling, I'm relying on my aunties and on my grandmas to keep them sound, to let them know that this is a new learning curve and they may not get it right, but we've all survived without Google Classroom, but we also know in the future that they have their own little gems and their own little creativity that we can learn from one another. We're also looking to enhance the quality of life of our elders through telehealth. We have community members who are living in real rural areas without running water, without electricity. And so as we pull together and start installing solar panels with cistern systems, we also want to include the broadband element so that they are not having to be exposed to either the clinics or to the driver who will take them to their appointments. Absolutely supporting the digital connectivity for our Navajo first responders. On Navajo Nation, the most dangerous call is responding to a call of domestic violence. Throughout the years, we have seen a large number of our law enforcement be killed on the job responding to domestic violence and not having the adequate communication that they needed for either backup or to call for emergency services. And so it's time in this day and age that across Navajo Nation, not only do we increase our law enforcement, but also increasing their needs so that they're safe while protecting our people and children from perpetrators of sexual assault, abductions, and other violent crimes that have plagued us for too many generations. And all of this is incorporated and is in tune and in line with who we are as the Navajo people. So it's our culture and it's our language and it's our talking to each other and sharing how art forms are created and how you collect and how you connect back to the land. And so broadband gives us the opportunity to connect during this physical distance time, but it also allows the connection. As you hear my voice, as you see me, we're making a spiritual connection, as words are healing properties, as seeing each other, ignites those dopamine in our brain, and so that we feel that we're not alone and we're in this together. But really, none of this is possible. It continues to be out of reach for many of our people, whether it's just getting access to the service or being able to afford it during the long term. And having individuals with limited income add this is definitely a barrier and creates a deep digital divide here on the Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. And so lessons that we've learned dealing with the pandemic, we have always thought about broadband and in terms of it being more of a luxury as our community members look for water and for electricity or for a road, a safe road. But now we know it's part of an essential package. And so adding the component and looking at how we could lay out a sophisticated plan to have our people either get access to broadband or have some alternative solutions. And so it's not only impacting our students, but our teachers are bearing that burden. So not only at home are they dealing with their family members who have been touched by the virus or with their own children, but now how do they in their professional capacity provide a curriculum for their children that they love. My children, I never feel are alone in this world because they have all of their teachers who know them by name and know their siblings and are constantly reminding them of who they are and how to value themselves. And so during this time, as we transition, our teachers are also bearing the brunt of that responsibility and not exactly sure how that they could make it better for our students and our parents. And so as we continue to fall behind this digital economy, broadband is nearly non-existent to the vast majority. And there's community members that are now traveling, miles to get to the local Wi-Fi hotspot to try to get online for 20 minutes, download their assignments, get back home, try to do their assignments, and come back again. And that's a burden that most parents feel that is unsustainable. And so our goal is to provide their families service that they need and the equipment that they need. A vast majority of our parents have said, we usually access just using our phone. But now the equipment and the national shortage of either laptops or Chromebooks or iPads has really placed a burden on families who cannot afford or have access to some of the equipment. But yet it is so important to have that communication and that type of achievement for our students. We, in a prayer ceremonial setting, we will always say, our children, we are dressing them, we are covering them, we are placing all of these weapons for their mind, for their body, for their spirit to be the next leaders and the next innovators who will fight and help their people. And as we ask our college students, what have been the impact when you were forced to leave your dorm, when you had to come back home, when you lost your job, their number one challenge is not having access to the type of broadband they need to have a whole day of Zoom or a whole day of Google Classroom, and how that then impacts their younger siblings as they try to access that information. And so it's the whole family unit that is being dragged down and trying to access. And so I always feel that although we talk about these challenges, there are individuals that have the power to change and to move policies and to look at funding and help provide immediate relief to our families who are facing not only dealing with the virus, but also now understanding how vulnerable they are in this digital divide. Next slide, please. So in the work that I do and the intersection of violence in our communities and how that plays a part in broadband, when our students are not at school and we see that it's the teachers and the community at the school that are the next layer of protection, whether it's a scan report or identifying authorities if a child disclosed. We know that although they are not officially calling the police department because of the pandemic, we are hearing from families and from shelter providers who are seeing a high uptick and cannot meet the need of protecting our families. Across Navajo Nation, 911 is nearly non-existent. We see it in maybe 1 or 2 communities out of the 110. I know that 911 comes in different shades, but my goal, and I think most of our goals, our reasonable goal, is that if I dial 911, someone is going to answer, they're going to know where I'm located, and most importantly, they're going to call for help. And so we have to continue to advocate for 911 here on Navajo Nation, and so that our community partners can work together so that we get that immediate communication to provide relief for our victims of violence. When I speak to law enforcement, and today I want to recognize that it is the national remembrance of our murder victims, was yesterday, and we're continuing in that phase. We do have law enforcement officers, families who now have to deal with the what if. What if they had a better two-way radio dispatch? What if they had a connection where their husband was asked to protect individuals? What if we could have our body cameras adequately download so that we can know in how to protect and enhance our communities? And so it's these challenges that cover a wide gamut where individuals may think broadband is just to check the social media. And I love my little TikTok native videos. Keep posting, keep putting the hashtag, you give me life after long days. But it's beyond just the social media post, and knowing that it goes back to the health, it goes back to education, it goes back to an economy, an economy where it's a livable wage, but it's also knowing that that we have to do it for our law enforcement so that we can protect lives. Next slide. So the solutions for Navajo Nation internally for us is to coordinate across the board. We have little pockets, and it's everywhere in every government, where individuals are in a silo effect. They claim their oversight, they claim their funding, and sometimes they don't work well together. And so there has to be this broad approach in the coordination, looking at all of these issues and recognizing, if not working together, how if we do not work together, then we're part of the problem. And so it's having those conversations, bringing them together, knowing that that they are part of the solution. And so on Navajo Nation, we're strengthening our regulatory commission's role in overseeing some of these challenges, looking at creating a chief information officer that could help our Office of the President and Vice President to coordinate all of the broadband efforts and contracts and IT policies across all Navajo Nation. We feel strongly that this is going to reduce wasteful spending, wasteful time, and what we see is lobbying against each other so that individuals can stake claim. But when you're staking claim to a program or a small part of the entity that's just part of the problem, I'm at this point where I'm willing to vote them off the island and bring in people who want to make a collaborative effort. Next slide, please. So just a time check, I believe this is my last slide. My goal always is to help our schools to obtain the federal funding to tell our story, to build up our broadband fiber connections, to reinstate the E-rates, to continue to work with our USDA federal partners, and looking at the CARES Act money. So we have allocated funding for broadband. We've seen a lot of challenges because we have to deal with right-of-way, land issues, who's going to be the provider. But I think what we're doing is providing those lessons learned and then streamlining all of those challenges that we have, the permitting, everything that we learned from BIA, and how do we unlearn some of those challenges when it comes to permitting, because it just doesn't work for our communities. And then lastly, really upgrading so that we have a robust Navajo Nation rural addressing system. There's far too many of us who fall between the gaps because individuals are just, they don't know that we're no longer there. And so I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and for anyone who wants to connect. I don't have the technical background, but I'm not one to allow this to happen anymore. Thank you. I should have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Crotty, for those remarks. That was another very informative presentation. I especially like your comments linking the broadband networks to some of the things that we hear a lot when we talk about broadband with public safety, first responders, education, telehealth, but also your comments about how broadband can support Navajo Nation's efforts in protecting and preserving your culture, your language, and supporting that transition of values through to the next generation as well, showing that broadband is infrastructure that is not only relevant to some of these more tangible sort of classic examples of, oh, you use broadband to get to online classes, you use broadband to get to telehealth opportunities, but to some of these more sort of foundational elements of our culture as humans as well. So thank you for raising those elements as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to our last presenter for the panel, Godfrey Njadi, who is excuse me, a lot of talking this week, founder and general manager of Mescalero Apache Telecom Incorporated.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me on. This kind of came pretty quick. I think I only had a day to try to prepare, and there's just no way. I had too much going on my plate right now. Danae, you did a great job, and I'm sorry someone shut up your generators, but it looks like you got that fixed, and everything seems to be working great. But that was a great story. I wish I had some pictures of what we're doing here and everything else. But today, I was asked, what can you say about the benefits of broadband? And it's something that the Mescalero Apache tribe. I'm from the Mescalero Apache tribe. We're in south central New Mexico. We are a ILEC provider, which means Independent Local Exchange Carrier, which we went through all the hoops to become a carrier of choice here for the Mescalero Apache Reservation. There are 9 tribal carriers in the nation right now, and we're all part of a group called the National Tribal Telephone Association. I am the president of that association right now, and trying to advocate and provide leadership for our group, but also for hopefully any country to provide technical assistance, to provide different effects of what telecom could look like on a reservation. We're located in Arizona, New Mexico, South Dakota, and the state of Oregon, and everywhere else in between. But again, we provide these services to our tribal nations. We do have broadband. A lot of our companies started early on, especially with South Dakota, with Mona Thompson for CRST They are the oldest telecom in the nation. They've been around since the 1950s. So our company spanned a great deal of time. We come from the industry, a lot of us. I came from a company called Contel, GTE, Verizon. That's where I used to work, and I came back to the reservation and built the company for the tribe. We started back in 1995 and became a company back in 1999, and we opened our doors in 2001, certificated by the state of New Mexico and the FCC. We voluntarily did that to streamline our application at the FCC, and that really worked out real well. So I also am part of the state of New Mexico's broadband access committee that are trying to provide better services throughout the state of New Mexico. It's been a long haul since we opened our doors back in 2001. We took over from the company called GTE, and we started providing voice services. Back then, there was no high-speed broadband. ISDN and DSL was something that was in the future. So that's at the very beginning of what everything else happened there. So it's something that's been a journey for all of us. And through the years, we've been able to use RUS funding. If you guys are out there looking at funding to build your infrastructure, there's a lot of grants and loans out there for that. That's a big part of that. So we were able to build out the network back in 2003. And since then, that was my A loan. I've gone to a B loan, which we just finished up a year ago, which provided fiber to the home for about 900 homes here on the reservation. I'm going in for my next loan with RUS to finish up building a fiber network to every home here on the Mescalero Apache Reservation. Right now, we have about 275 route miles of fiber running to everywhere. So we do have fiber to our schools, or to the hospitals, to tribal government, and everybody else, even our economic development enterprises, which would be the casino, the hotel, pretty much everything else in between. So we do have connectivity. You know, one of the benefits of having a diverse and strong network is the fact that you go so far so fast that tribal government's always trying to catch up to say, can we do this or do that? And that was more evident right now in this COVID era that we're living in than what the tribe can finally realize that they have. The tools that were always there, but never realized until we came into this pandemic emergency, a public emergency that needed more communications. Our reservation had a spike of the pandemic, and we had a lot of people going down. But the only reason that we were able to mitigate quite a bit of that was the fact that communications was key for tribal government to be able to talk to the people on the reservation, to use a mask, to clean your hands and wash their hands, and all these kinds of things. You need to communicate that to everyone on the reservation in able to mitigate a lot of these problems. So far, we've only had 2 tribal members that have passed away, and it's unfortunate only because they're elders in our reservation. Being able to record what they know about our reservation, about the history, some of that was lost with those ones. So we want to make sure that broadband is there and be able to record a lot of that, and we could do that. We can go back to that history and be able to see that. And that was more evident when I went to the school to help them to make sure that we had the broadband to be able to teach everybody at home and doing the Zoom video. And the president and I went over there and we did some videos. And the communication of choice for the reservation to be able to get out the message was through Facebook. And I know Danae is working on with Facebook and being able to try to get that to tribalize that more and make it more of something to be able to communicate to the people, do the posts, put up the videos and all these kind of things to be able to get everybody to know today we're having a food drive, come on down, we're going to just stand here, drive through, pick up your stuff, and you're back out. We did that. We did mass testing through that same thing. We also did quite a bit of looking at people's needs, people that were laid off, making sure that they got signed up for pretty much whatever they needed. Right now, we're on the last campaign of being able to get the census done on the reservation, only because those numbers matter. We've got to get our census done to be able to make sure that we get everything that is coming to us here on the reservation. Those are some of the key things that we're doing, and you have to have broadband to do all this. If you can get in line and put people with tablets and just be able to mass sign them up, that's some of the benefits that you cannot believe that help the tribal reservations. All of these things are much needed. Whether you do it with wireless, we're doing it with fiber, everywhere else you can go. And I wish I had slides. I wish I had time to be able to do what you guys were doing earlier, but to be able to show the effects of what broadband and the benefits of it. It's enormous. Telemedicine is another one. IHS, Indian Health Service, they're taking advantage of that, being able to get to online with doctors from around New Mexico, being able to reach our people here on the reservation to at least do diagnosis, and then if they can, they ship them out and do whatever they need to do. But that wouldn't happen if broadband was not there. All the other benefits, like at home, we were pleading there for a while. We were kind of short on bandwidth. We're down to 5 gigabytes, and until I upped that. But that was just not enough for our reservation. Everybody likes to get on Netflix. They're streaming videos. They're doing all this stuff, and it takes away from the bandwidth for the children to be able to get into their Zoom. So we made a plea through our Facebook and videos and be able to tell people, please get off of the Netflix and let your children go to school, because they're doing it. And the president and I went into school and watched teachers online in a Zoom class with all their kids. And, it was amazing to see that we're able to do that at this time. And I wish everybody out there can do that. And I know you guys are coming to that point to where you're able to be able to do what we're doing right now. This is something that is amazing, the benefits of this, and seeing kids being able to communicate, whether it's through the face, whether it's through fiber optic, through lasers to get to a house. These are some things that a lot of reservations need, and I advocate for that. I advocate that every household on every tribal nation, teepee outside. I mean, I've seen some of the kids sitting outside near their shed. Looks like they're chopping wood, and they're still going to class, watching everything that's going on. So it's kind of cool. Actually, it was amazing. That really brought a smile to my face that we're able to do that here. So I tell you guys are going to get there. You guys, it's going to happen. With the efforts like Danae, with her tenacity of being able to build whatever it is, even being shot at, she says, that's not going to deter me. I mean, those are some of the things that are some of the neatest things. And for the Navajo Nation, the presentation that was done by the former one that I didn't catch that name. I'm sorry about that, but I was trying to formulate in my mind what I was going to say. But, it's going to happen. Leadership needs to be there to be able to do that. So I'll stop there. I can ramble on, but there's so many benefits. But at any time you guys want to know more about NTTA, about myself, Mescalero Apache Telecom, I mean, at some point in time, we'll be able to travel again. I open the doors to Mescalero Apache Telecom. You guys come down and kick the tires, how you say it, and how to build this. One last thing I want to say is the sustainability portion. You do not want to make this a burden for the tribe to try to pay for this. You've got to find more funding that's available out there. Wherever you can find it, through the state, through the federal side, I hope we're not setting ourselves up for failure with some of these new companies coming out. This is something that's needed, and I don't want to see any of these companies go under, only because they just don't have the funding. Their tribe doesn't have the funding. Our casinos have been closed because of the pandemic, and there's not a lot of money out there. So hopefully we can be able to do that and advocate for that, and as we keep moving forward and building out any country with broadband. Thank you.
Thank you, Godfrey. Those remarks are definitely well taken. I think that point about sustainability is very critical, and something that we have heard a few times throughout the week is focusing on where do you go from here? What does that future look like, and how can you plan for it now? Start with that future in mind as you do your planning work. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and open us up for questions from our listeners and our participants. So if anyone would like to ask a question, please feel free to enter that into the chat, or operator, if you'd like to open the phone line for us, please.
Sure, Stephanie. If you would like to ask a question, please press *1. Please unmute your phone and record your name clearly when prompted. To withdraw your request, press *2. Again, to ask a question, press *1. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have one quick question come in that was answered in the chat, but we'll go ahead and reiterate this for anyone on the phone. Is there any one place that a tribe could get help, for example, from another tribe for grant requests, feasibility studies, operational design options, or other? I'd just like to call out, once again, the Broadband USA program at NTIA. They offer technical assistance to tribes as well as other sort of states and municipalities on their broadband programs. I dropped a link to that in the chat. I, of course, am available to talk with any of you after the summit as well, and you can all contact me at stephanie.henning@dia.gov. I have my email in the chat, and we'll put up on one of the slides at the end. But do any of our other panelists have response to that? What are some of the resources that you have used to access best practices or lessons learned from some of your peers?
Sure. So there are longtime industry leaders in these fields, whether you're doing a traditional telco or fixed wireless infrastructure. NTTA, Godfrey's the president of NTTA, and he didn't speak about NTTA enough, I don't think. And they are I call them the big bulls. Those guys are the guys that have been in business for a very long time and have built traditional telcos and then expanded those traditional telcos, and they are a phenomenal resource. They've been really instrumental in helping identify what you can do with your networks beyond what you intended them to be. And so, and they've been in the business for, like I said, for a very long time. And so most of them started with USDA loans, and they know that process extremely well, all the federal requirements, all the reporting requirements. So, and many of them are operating as the ILEC and CLEC, and so definitely that's a great resource. But for wireless infrastructure, WISPA is a great location to get information, and NESPERS has used them, and we've gone to their conferences. We became a member so that we could have access to additional resources. So there's industry leaders that have been in business for a very long time, and tribes can become members of those associations and then utilize resources. National Federation of Community Broadcasters, if you're into radio stations and doing radio stations, you can become a member and have access to their resources, and they talk about funding and deployment and everything under the sun. So don't think you have to do this alone. Don't think you're the first person to create the wheel, because the wheel's been built. We just need to figure out what's going to work on our tribal lands and how to deploy the technologies that will work for us.
Great, thank you. We have another question on chat. Is there any one entry point for the land? It looks like this came in. I'm not entirely sure who that's directed to, actually. Perhaps Godfrey, is that perhaps and specifically in reference
I'm
to
kind of confused by the entry point. Obviously, there's got to be access to the outside world. That's one thing that you do need. That's probably usually the hardest thing to get, being able to get access to some place where you can get to the internet. Whether you can do that through wireless, through a microwave shot, or you can do that through fiber. Fiber would be the preferred choice, only because you can move a large amount of data through that and be able to connect to the whole world. I mean, it's only precluded only by the devices that you put on each end. But wireless, you can do that too. You can use a 2.5 gigahertz. You can use part of that just to get to somewhere. That'll meet some of the needs and requirements to use that frequency too. And you can use it for a short time until you get fiber. There's a lot of things you can do. So hopefully that helps you with that question.
Thank you. At this time, do we have any questions on the phone?
We do. We have one coming from Jack. Jack, your line is open.
When this virus came in and caused all of this, stay home stuff, they talked about our major hub in Anchorage, Alaska, Anchorage, and that 2/3 of the students weren't participating in this homeschooling thing, and they wouldn't say what it was. And it got us thinking. And so is there, once you get this thing going, is there room for rewarding our students with some time to, like recess to do stuff that, and also able to include cartooning, in the weekends. There was a mention about having to share your data and tell people to quit streaming while your kids are schooling. That got me surprised. But this reward system, do you have that, and can you, provide examples, if any?
Do you want me to answer? I can answer part of that. The only reason we were trying to minimize the usage for the children was we only had so much access to the outside world here in Mescalero. Since that time, I've upped it with another 10 gig circuit, so we're up to about 15 gigs. So that's plenty of bandwidth to handle our reservation, and that's only with 1,500 access lines. 1,500 access lines can chew up a lot of bandwidth. Now, everybody is paying for a different rate and speed, which we're providing anywhere from 6.1 all the way up to 100 meg if you want 100 meg at your house. I mean, you can do that. But that's only because of that during that time. But since that time, everything was kind of slowed down with the COVID, trying to work with other carriers, trying to be able to get that service. It was slow because a lot of them were working with minimal people. And it took a little bit of time. It's getting better now, only because we seem to be following the rules and being able to wear a mask and everybody else, and everybody's COVID results are going down, so that's a good thing. But in that meantime, that was the only reason why we're doing that, and that was something that a lot of people can probably attest to.
Thank you. We have another question on the chat. How might tribal colleges support careers in telecommunications to help folks at home own, run, and manage tribally owned telecom companies? I think this is, Danae, you were talking about this earlier.
Sorry, I had to get off of mute. And I'm trying to answer some of the text, but I forget that there's people on the phone not seeing the text window. But tribal colleges can offer classes in networking, in microwave installation, administration, and programming. So network management, any of those upper-end technical skills definitely are absolutely needed in Indian country. And so what we find is there Cisco certifications, as an example, those boot camps are extremely expensive, and you have to send somebody to those classes. And what we did at Nez Perce is we worked with all of the other entities, even competitors like Inland Cellular and FirstNet and the community college, the casinos, the health clinics, and we got a big enough pool of individuals to make it more cost effective to bring the trainer on site. And so we brought the trainer on site and we conducted those Cisco certification classes here. So if you reach out to your community and it's not something the community college can do, there is absolutely a opportunity for collaboration with other entities in your area to bring a trainer to you. And those certifications definitely help people elevate their, not just their regions, but the entities that they work for. And so it's a really great way to bring training to you. There was also sorry, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. I know Stephanie's the moderator, but I was answering an aerial question. Godfrey may have more information on this, but there was a question about using aerial builds on reservation and if that's an avenue for tribes to go. Aerial builds on some reservations can be done if the tribe is the owner of the poles, or if the tribe reserved rights to those poles going across the reservation. On Nez Perce, as an example, power companies used roads and county right-of-ways to install their power poles. So for one power company, they want $22 a month per pole, and they have to install the equipment, the fiber. The other power company wants $27 per month. So when you start adding in hundreds of miles of poles, it can be extremely expensive to run aerial fiber. But definitely if the tribe, it's absolutely a good way to go if the tribe owns the poles or reserved access to the poles running across the reservation. But the question was really geared towards Godfrey, so I'll let Godfrey elaborate.
Well, Danae, I mean, you did a great job there because, like I said, unless the tribe owns the poles, there's a cost to connect to it. The other side of that is the fact that when you do build out a network, building on a poles is a lot faster than trying to dig in the ground, because most reservations I know, like ours, I mean, we don't know where our water lines are. We don't have any good mapping, and that's another thing that needs to be addressed at some point, is mapping on reservations. I heard someone talk about 911 services. You've got to have a good addresses for that, and that needs to happen through a realty department in a tribe or wherever else. And a lot of places have good, and a lot of other tribes that I've seen do not have very good maps. So that has to be addressed in some way. And utility company, the new broadband company or whoever, will have good maps. When you have a contractor build your network for you, they give you what's called as-built. As they built it, all these maps are there. You can upload that into some kind of an Esri machine, CAD machine, and be able to do that and start your process of mapping the whole reservation. Because they will, if you're digging, they will find every water line that's in the ground. So you might as well start marking it and find out where it is. I mean, I remember the last contract that came through here, we couldn't find a shutoff valve for one of our 30,000-gallon tanks, and it just had to drain all the way out because nothing you could do. So, again, just food for thought.
Thank you. We are at time, but I have one more question I'd like to close with, and this one is for Delegate Crotty. In your presentation, and this builds on what we were just talking about with Crystal and the educational opportunities, the workforce development opportunities, but Delegate Crotty, in your presentation, you referenced the brain drains that we see, I think, in a number of Native communities across the country where this lack of infrastructure and economic opportunity unfortunately forces particularly younger members of tribes to choose between returning to their communities after higher education or after completing their schooling, staying with their communities versus having to go somewhere else to find work or achieve some of their other goals. And so, I'm hoping you can maybe speak to what is your vision for in the next 5, 10, or even 50 years, how bringing broadband to the reservation and providing that access can perhaps transform the local communities, and what is your vision in that area?
Danae, go ahead. I know you're itching to go.
Do we still have the councilwoman with us? It looks like she may have dropped off. So yes, if our other panelists, Danae, if you'd like to help us close out.
Sure. So I think brain drain is a real problem on reservations, and we have opportunity now. Navajo Nation is vast, and I happen to work with several of individuals on Navajo Nation, and one of the things that I think is most important is they have such a large area and such enormous infrastructure in people, just people. I mean, not even their networking or their water and sewer and roads, but the size of the issue on Navajo, Nez Perce is a drop in the bucket to that. So I think definitely working with your departments and programs and deciding what your next step is and where you need to go. Here on NSPERS, there's a program that our education manager started, and it's cradle to grave. And so every person on that pathway has something to add to what you're doing. If I'm going to do language preservation on NSPERS, I'm not the person doing that preservation. I'm the conduit for delivery, right? So I have to talk to the individuals who are actually the linguists who are going to be restoring that language and bringing it back. And so I see technology only as a tool, and the tool how we apply that tool on our reservation is the means to advance our nations. And the brain drain that we experience on reservation can be overcome by developing a pathway to ensure that there's something for them to come back to and that the resources are there for individuals to make a sustainable life on reservation.
Thank you. That was a wonderful way, I think, to close out this panel. So thank you all again for joining us today for this discussion on the benefits of broadband, looking beyond the infrastructure to applications of this technology. Now we're going to go ahead and take our break this afternoon. We will return in about 10 minutes at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time for a panel on tribal libraries. Thank you all. We'll see you in 10 minutes. And thank you once again to our panelists. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the last big session for the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit. I'm really excited to turn it over now to Hannah Buckland, with the State Library Program Specialist at the Minnesota Department of Education and former Library Director at Leech Lake Tribal College, for our panel on tribal libraries. So take it away, Hannah. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you all for joining this afternoon. I know it's a Friday afternoon, and the sun out here, I'm visiting a friend in Chicago. It just looks like a really nice day, but I'm glad we're all here. So I'm from State Library Services at the Minnesota Department of Education. I've previously worked at Leech Lake Tribal College, which is how I got to know some of our excellent panelists today. I'm joined today by Joy Bridwell from Stonechild College, Kim Dixon from Leech Lake Tribal College, and Allison Wakaw from Hennepin County Library. So that we don't have to juggle phone lines too much, they're each going to introduce themselves as they come up in this panel. And so today's panel is really focused on the applications of broadband in tribal libraries and libraries serving Native nations, looking at the value that libraries bring to communities and the role that libraries play, and then at the same time how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all of this. So let's go to the next slide. Here's our outline for this afternoon. I'm going to provide some background information on tribal libraries and how broadband fits in with that. And then we're going to hear from Kim, Joy, and Allison. As a librarian, I always want to put speakers in alphabetical order, but they chose the order themselves, and so it's not alphabetical. So we have a bunch of free thinkers here. And then at the end, we will hopefully have time for some questions. Let's go to the next slide. So before we jump into content, I want to spend just a little bit of time talking about what we think libraries do and what libraries actually do. So let's just take 10 seconds and either think to yourself or type in the chat if you are a chatter. When I say the word library, what is the first thing that comes to mind for you? And we can go to the next slide. So every time I ask this question to a group of people who aren't librarians, the overwhelming response is books, that libraries are all about books, which in some ways is true, and in other ways is not. Just a moment, please. Sorry, I'm sharing an apartment with a coworker today and had a microphone that was not on mute. Anyway, so books tend to be the thing that immediately comes to mind, but libraries really are about so much more than books. So let's go to the next slide. This is a map of tribal libraries that was compiled by the American Indian Library Association back in 2018 by a small team of individuals. It's ultimately incomplete. This is crowdsourced information from tribal libraries themselves. So some aren't here because they preferred not to be identified. Some aren't on here because of other reasons. They're just difficult to find. I see in Minnesota we are missing one. But the thing to keep in mind about tribal libraries and libraries in general is that no matter how many there are, they're all different and they're all unique, and they all serve their communities in ways that are tailored to that community. And so with tribal libraries, if you've visited one tribal library, you've really just visited one tribal library, and there's still all of these others out there. Let's head to the next slide. So an example of one is Midwaganonend Library at Red Lake Nation College. This is in Red Lake, Minnesota, just northern Minnesota. Midwaganonend Library is a joint-use academic and community library, so they provide services to their students who are enrolled at the college as well as services to the community. And so this picture here is of a Halloween program where the kids made little ghosts. I think they're like lollipop ghosts. And you see in the background, of course, there are the books. The books are still there, but there's also gathering happening here, right? And it's intergenerational and it's creative. And then something you don't see in this picture is the technical side of Red Lake Nation College and Midwaganonend Library. This library is a pretty unique tribal library because it's located in a place where gigabit symmetrical broadband service is available. Paul Bunyan provides service up in northern Minnesota, and they cover Red Lake Nation. So one of the kind of cool things that they're able to do at Red Lake Nation College, particularly during the pandemic, is use virtual reality headsets with their students to help students learn the Ojibwe language when they're learning from home. Let's go to the next slide. This is kind of the standard data that is brought up when talking about broadband access at tribal libraries. It's gotten kind of old, which hurts me to say that 2014 is now kind of old, because what does that mean about me then? But this data is from 2014. It's from a report that was issued by the Association of Tribal Archives, Libraries, and Museums. I'm sure a number of you are familiar with it. And so in this report, tribal libraries were interviewed about and surveyed about the digital inclusion capabilities that they have at their libraries. And this survey found that only about 15% of libraries in 2014 were receiving E-rate funding to supplement their internet costs. About 40% of those libraries couldn't access internet speeds equal or greater than 25.3. And then 36% of tribal libraries were able to offer ebook access. And when we look at that data for public libraries or even just rural public libraries, all of those figures are higher. So let's go to the next slide. This is my personal COVID experience of we need to self-isolate and then realizing, like, I've been practicing forever for this. I know exactly how to cancel plans. And in the middle of March, of course, this is what a lot of us saw, where plans that we've been working on and processes that we've followed forever and behaviors and habits, all of it, all of a sudden being yanked out from underneath us. And so our panelists today are going to talk about the ways their libraries have adjusted to continue providing excellent service to their students and communities during the pandemic, while highlighting some of the ways that broadband has played a role in this, at the same time acknowledging that not everyone has broadband access, of course. And so in addition to trying to provide virtual services from their libraries, also figuring out how to bring in in-person services too without endangering anyone and while keeping everyone safe. So Kim is our first panelist, and I will hand it off to her. Ooh.
So, and you can build additional levels. So we Bonjour, my name is Kim Dixon. I am actually the Learning Center Director at Leech Lake Tribal College. We don't have a full-time librarian at the moment, but I've been kind of filling in for that position. Sorry, I'm a little bit nasally. My slides are going very quickly here. I'm a little nasally just because our weather up here in northern Minnesota is horrendous. I wake up in the mornings scraping my car windows off with frost, and then, putting on a pair of shorts and a tank top in the afternoon because it's gotten so hot here. So I apologize. But if we could go to the first slide. I just wanted to show you, this is our campus, just a drone picture of our campus. The two red-topped buildings are where we have like the student services, it's gone away, student services and classrooms, and then the gray-topped building is our actual library. You can go to the next slide. So just a little bit about our area that we service. So in the orangish red area is Leech Lake Reservation as a whole. I don't know if you can see Leech Lake is on the bottom kind of left central area, and to drive around it by road it's about 100 miles. And so we service a lot of people in a lot of different communities within the area. And so a little bit about our college. We had 149 students enroll this semester for fall. We're doing synchronized, asynchronous, and hybrid courses. The only hybrid course is our carpentry program because it's a little bit hard to do carpentry virtually. So it's about an 80-20 ratio with synchronous classes versus asynchronous. But we've been seeing a lot of spikes of COVID up in our area, so we're expecting maybe even by next semester that's going to be changing to a lot of them going asynchronous because a lot of our students are parents and their kids are home getting distance education from their K-12 schools. The average age of our students is 29, so we do have a lot of students that have families. And I just found out, too, that we are servicing 21 different tribal enrolled students. So you can go to the next slide.
Well, while we're paused on this slide, conveniently I used to work here, so at least I know something about it. Was that noise Kim by chance?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So this library at Leech Lake Tribal College is the Vejigugaba Library. It's an 8,000 square foot library building, which is pretty remarkable. It opened in 2015, and prior to that it was located in a small classroom that was, I think, 945 square feet. So to go from 945 square feet to 8,000 square feet was a pretty spectacular change. One of the ways we immediately saw this library make a difference was with student access to technology. In the little 945 square foot library, we had 8 computers in there, but they were so close together that students, and in particular northern Minnesotans who want to be 10 feet away from each other, even not during a pandemic, it was uncomfortable to be that crammed in. And so there was never a time when all of those computers were in use, but there was always times when all of those computers were in demand. And so in the new library, we had the space to add 16 computers total, and they were spaced in an arrangement that was comfortable for people. Any chance Kim has made it back? You're back? Okay, cool. Thank you.
I'm very sorry. We have a thunderstorm going on here, so my call just completely dropped. I'm not really sure what you talked about.
I was just filling time.
Okay. So, yeah, I was just saying that as of March 20th, our campus is closed, and it's still closed. But there were some grant opportunities that I applied for through the Minnesota Department of Education CARES Act. And so you can go to the next slide, and I'll talk a little bit about those grants. So the first grant was a smaller grant, which we were able to purchase 11 Chromebooks and 6 hotspots for our students, because when the pandemic hit, the campus was closed, everybody left, and we had a lot of students. If you can remember back to the one slide how big our reservation is, there's a lot of areas where the internet isn't even available for where somebody lives. So those hotspots came in good use. And we also wanted to get Chromebooks for our students, because a lot of our students were using their telephones, and it doesn't work so well when you're trying to do assignments and log into like their Canvas portals and things such as that. And because I got this grant, it kind of opened the doors to like other people, and we were able to order about 30 hotspots total, which was really a game changer for us, because a lot of our students, it helped even with enrollment and retention and recruitment, because a lot of students were able to still attend college like this fall with the hotspot location and stuff, which they didn't have internet provided to their homes at this point. And so we just did like a distribution days, me and another coworker. We contacted the students by like our Facebook and emails, and just got the word out to everybody. And we got like a plethora of calls in, and we made 4 different day events where students could sign up for a time to come in, and we did this all safely. We packaged everything up for them, had like them sign their papers, but once they came, we met them outside, and they picked up everything, and it just like worked out good. And it was nice to get like other grants involved, so we were able to purchase even 30 more laptops and 15 more Chromebooks. So as of right now, all of our students, which is 149, are able to be either online or have Chromebooks because of these services. And the second grant that I want to talk about is a $25,000 grant that was approved just recently from the board. So I'm able to like actually do something with it now, and I'm super excited because we're using this grant to go through Overdrive to purchase ebooks, e-textbooks, and audiobooks for our students in our community, because this is also a community library, not just a college library. So this is the first time that our library has been able to offer these fun little tools to use. I'm an avid reader, so I'm super excited just for my own purpose to be able to use this and to guide like all of our students, staff, faculty, and community into opening up that world for them. And you can go to the next slide. So this is the last slide, and this is a photo of an elder on campus. His name is Bob Jourdain. He's our first speaker in Ojibwe. He's an instructor, and he's just an amazing man. He got his degree in English, got his master's degree in English, and is a writer. And this was one of the events that we hosted last year on campus, where people got to come in and purchase a book that he self-published. And it's just fun, and we miss doing these events, and we're all just looking forward to our our campus opening again so we can host more events like this and allow the community, students, staff, and faculty to just to thrive in our learning environment. So miigwech, again, my name is Kim Dixon from Lake Tribal College. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Joy, you're up next. So let's go to the next slide. I'll hand it off to you.
Kansei, my name is Joy Bridwell. I'm the library director at the Stonechild College Rocky Boy Community Library, which is located on the Rocky Boy Reservation in north central Montana. Next slide, please. Just a little background information. Our college shut down on March 17th. At that time, our tribal council was trying to stop any spread of the pandemic coming onto the reservation, because at that time we didn't have an outbreak. But the reservation tribal council decided to shut down and put up checkpoints at all tribal entrances, installed a mandatory curfew on the reservation, as well as mandatory masks and social distancing on the reservation. The college closed down that same day as the tribe locked down, but the library stayed open. We volunteered to stay open so that we could hand out iPads and laptops and assignments to our students. Most of our staff went to working at home, so we were handing out laptops and iPads to our staff as well. So the library, we pretty much stayed open while our maintenance staff did a full cleaning of our college, as well as our library. We did our own cleaning. We also started implementing our own COVID-19 response plan that we had to get to our tribal council as well as our school board. That being the case, we had to start figuring out how we were going to continue our resources to our students, because everything was moved to online. Our first thing was we were right in the middle of preparing for a huge community event, and so we had to post on our social media that we unfortunately were closing to the community but staying open to limited numbers of students, staff, and faculty. So we used all of our services went to being online, so we were answering all questions and handling all situations by phone, email, and Facebook Messenger. So the 2 weeks that the library was on campus alone with maintenance, we serviced 52 students, 6 faculty members, 25 staff members, and 30 community members. Next slide, please. So here's a copy of our service, our plan that how the library was going to handle the pandemic, and then posting our posters and stating to the community that we were closed, unfortunately, for them to come in, but that we weren't closing down services to them, just that we were closing down services for them to come into the library. Our internet access is open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We had large numbers of people sitting in our parking lot using our Wi-Fi that we had to actually extend it further out into the parking lot. So the library actually faces out into the parking lot. So we would have students sitting like right under my window in my office, or community members sitting like right up in front of my office, just so they could access our Wi-Fi here. Our plexiglass was put up in front of our service desk and everything. Our president went so far as to even purchase Wi-Fi for our students who didn't have it at home or who couldn't make it to the college to use the Wi-Fi out in our parking lot. Our president, Corey Sangri-Billy, purchased Wi-Fi for, I believe, 75 students so that they could complete the school year. Next slide, please. Our services changed because we were limiting the number of people that were coming into the building. We had students, workers who were posted at all entrances to the college doing temperature checks. Are you a student, and you're coming in to use the library's services. So like I said, we changed everything over to phone, email, and Facebook Messenger. I was asked by our freshman seminar instructor Jolyn Sunchild to create a PowerPoint presentation of a tour of the library for new students who were coming in who needed to know how to access the library. Because when our classes started on August 24th, and we had about 175 students enroll in classes. 2 weeks after the semester started, we went into another lockdown because we had our first active cases show up on the reservation. So we went into a complete shutdown, again, the first couple weeks of September. So we were back to being strictly online. The community became even more upset because now we were canceling more community events. More community events were being canceled. We've been doing community events since 2014, and I'm pretty sure Hannah gets tired of hearing me talk about all of these community events that I do, but we've the numbers on here have changed since I sent these slides into Hannah. We've done 64 community events, and it's been, the numbers are over 4,400 participants coming into the library. Our largest event was Halloween last year, where we had 404 community members attend our Halloween event. So to make up for the community not being able to come into the library created these kits. And with the kits, we were also including information about the library's services. Montana Library to Go is a service that we included in there with it. We asked them, do you have a library card? Does your child have a library card? Here's this really great service called Montana Library to Go. You can go on and access ebooks and audiobooks, and you get to keep them for 2 weeks, and you don't have to worry about sending them back. The system will take them back automatically after 2 weeks unless you renew before the due date. So our numbers for this particular database have gone way up. Actually, all the numbers of our databases have gone way up since the PowerPoint presentation has gone out to all of the students on all of the services that we're providing in the library. That's not to say, though, our numbers of students have dropped dramatically. Our students are saying that online classes are just too hard. They don't have the support system at home to do the online classes, so they would rather just wait until the college goes back to in-person classes. That being the case, as part of our IMLS grant for last year, we started a digitalization project of our archive room. A lot of our Cree language classes, history classes, cultural classes in general need the materials that are located in our archive room. So with our grant, we were able to hire 3 elders to come in and tell us what they thought were the most important materials in that room. And those were the materials we started to digitalize first. So our archive assistant that we also hired through our grant started scanning all of the materials that were in there. Once she was done with those materials, she moved on to everything else. We've completed 90%. In the last 4 months, we've completed 90% of that room. The last 10% is thousands and thousands of pictures that we had to purchase a new scanner for so that we could get that materials uploaded. We fully intend to start uploading everything in metadata, everything starting October 1st. Our college also received COVID-19 funding from our tribal council so that we were able to buy every student this semester a new laptop so that they would be able to access all materials that they needed to assess with working with Teams through our Microsoft 360. Everything is done through Teams so that the students can access everything. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So these are our numbers of our kits that we've sent out. They became very popular, and then our numbers dropped a little bit and have gone back up. In July, we did have another lockdown, so we weren't able to get a kit out for that month, and it was moved to August. Our current kit is our Indigenous Arts and Crafts kits that we'll be handing out on Monday. The number for that, I think, is 167 is the number of kits that we're handing out for that. So it's altogether, in 6 months, we are going to be handing out 884 kits to our community members. Next slide, please. So this is just a way of showing how we did our kits. The woman in the picture is my assistant, Samantha Christian. She actually has come up with all of these ideas for these kits. I give her a theme, and then she just goes crazy. And with our funding from IMLS, she creates all of these kits, and then we have the parents call in and register their students and what their ages is, because the kits are so they're age appropriate. And so we go from birth to 18 in handing out kits, and then we have a separate kit for adults. So not only are the kids getting a kit, the parents are getting a kit as well. We've done multiple things like slime, dream catchers, teepees, clothespin dolls, basket weaving, clay pots, blanket weaving, keychains, painting. We even created our own Cree language coloring book that we have scanned and have been able to email out to community members who don't want to come in to the library and get these kits. And we've also asked our community members to post pictures to our Facebook page or email them in of their kids completing these kits. We just wanted our community to know that we were still here for them and that we had not forgotten about them. We want to continue our work. We've been working with our incident command through our health boards to do a drive-through trunk or treat for our students. When we do it, we also want to hand out, more information about what the library has. We want the community to know that we're still here, not just for the students, but for them. We want to continue pushing information about our databases so that the students have that. Our elder on campus, Helen Parker, had her daughter videotape her doing Cree language lessons, and they were posted to Facebook. Those have since now been added to the college's YouTube page. The students can access that. Our Cree teacher isn't very tech savvy, so he has been working with a member of the staff to get his information posted online for his students as well. We're currently also working on getting a curbside service. We sort of started one back in April where community members were asking to have things scanned or faxed. And so we were just asking them to call us or text us from the parking lot, and we would go out and get their stuff and, scan it and bring it back out on a flash drive and give it to them so that they could have this material. And are these services, when they didn't feel like, that nobody was here to help them, being that most tribal departments were shut down, are still shut down at this time. Next slide, please. Okay, Kita Tamian, thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Up next, we have Allison Waka from Hennepin County Library offering a different perspective because she works in a county of like 1.25 million people. Allison, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Allison Waka. I am a Menominee in Navajo. My parents are Lawrence Waka and Mary Alice Sosi. I'm Taatnazani and Awasa clans. I work here, as Hannah said, in Hennepin County Library out of the Franklin branch. We have a total of 41 branches here. I work within the American Indian Cultural Corridor in Minneapolis, Minnesota. My position is unique in that I support the tribal community within the city. The Minneapolis-St. Paul area is home to one of the largest and most tribally diverse urban American Indian populations. We have numbers well over 35,000. In my work, I develop connections and services based on community assets, designing library programs and services, and partnership with community members and cultivating community partnerships. So far, in the past 2 years that I have been here, alongside with the Latino liaison, we have served approximately 12,000 people. My library system, along with the rest of the nation, we shut down the same as, I believe it was Joy, on March 17th. It was a struggle at the beginning to really readjust our programming to support online only. One of the few things that we ventured in doing was an online story time. Usually my work would not have been included in something that was for Hennepin County as a whole. But at this time, I was able to participate and really showcase what our community embedded library services work was all about. I selected native authored books to read, and they were posted on our Facebook and YouTube sites. I found out that it was very hard to record and videotape anything, and it took many tries, and it was certainly a learning experience for me. We received a lot of great feedback. People loved the book suggestions, and there was also feedback from the Native community that they liked being acknowledged on the library sites that they had never been before. Another thing that we went online with was the Native Women Book Club that we host. The book club itself is run by a community partner, but my library supports it, and we are able to provide books to all of its members throughout the year, whichever Native title that they happen to choose. We usually meet at Franklin Library on the last Sunday of every month, but because the libraries were closed, we had to transfer to online. At this time, we tried a few different online programs. We tried Microsoft Teams. We tried a free site. Finally, we settled on Zoom as the one that worked best for all of us. It was definitely harder for the elders in the group to join at first. They really preferred meeting in person. But now they have their grandchildren helping, and they're able to get online, and it's been really a worthwhile experience. With being online, we've had book members from all over the state and nation being able to join. We have members from Red Lake, up north in Red Lake, and most recently one has joined from Nebraska. And so this actually has given us the opportunity to invite authors in to come and speak with the group as well, something that we would never really have the opportunity to do. And so one final thing that I would like to mention is now with the COVID restrictions that are placed upon us, that we have been able to connect through the internet, I have been able to attend more meetings personally, and that I have been able to link with tribal members, population here in the cities, more than I have ever been able to before. There was always limitations on travel, parking, library meetings that took priority, and now I can attend from my home, and it's been very beneficial to me and my work here in the community. There have been a few meetings such as Minnesota, the state of Minnesota's Urban Indian Weekly Meeting and the Urban Indian Advisory Board meeting that I'm able to attend and learn more about what's going on here in the cities. One thing that I learned was that the elders apartment, the residents here were really struggling with isolation. They were not able to have visitors. They were on complete lockdown, really, and they weren't able to go into the city as they had before. So in this, I was able to supply books, puzzles for them to do, along with 30 Chromebooks for them to keep. And this was really important to me, that we did not have them to check out and then come back. They were able to keep them. Before the COVID, library would never have thought of providing technology outside the library walls and to keep, especially. With the Chromebooks, the elders are now connected to the internet and the outside world, and are able to do ebooks and get online and connect with family. There are a few things that have been going on within tribal communities here in the cities, and those are the few things that I was able to connect with in the city. Please reach out if you have any questions about my work. And I really appreciate the invitation to be here today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison. So we're going to have a lot of time for questions, but before we go off in that direction, this is the same slide that I shared at the beginning. So when I say library, hopefully now there's more than just books. And I saw in the chat there was more than just books before. But as we heard from our panelists today, there's quite a bit more than books. And I think beyond ebooks that Kim mentioned, we really didn't hear much about books, but we heard a lot about activities that bring people together and help people stay connected, not just to information through the internet, but also to one another, which is just so essential, always, but especially during this time. Let's go to the next slide. Here is our contact information again. Are there any questions? We have 20 whole minutes left. And if any of our panelists, too, would like to go back and add something, you're welcome to.
Operator, if we could open the phone line for questions at this time.
Sure. If you would like to ask a question over the phone, please press *1 at this time. Again, press star 1. Thank you. I do have a question on the phone side coming from Jack. Jack, your line is open. You may proceed. Jack, can you unmute your phone maybe?
The E-rate program, our library still not able to apply for that program, or, I mean, for those that don't have a school to do it to or no room, or we're trying to plan on what we're going to do with our kids. We're on lockdown too right now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. Are you referring to, when you say no longer able to apply for E-rate, do you mean like at this time or just in general?
I heard earlier, I mean, I saw something that, you know, libraries weren't eligible for the E-rate grant, and so I'm wondering if that's changed today.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So we have a link posted in the chat about E-rate tribal training. This is a really good opportunity to learn more about the E-rate program and how tribal libraries and schools can participate. It is a program that definitely does not serve tribal libraries in the best way possible right now, but there are some proposed changes that will hopefully improve this in the future. The Tribal Broadband Connect Act, or Tribal Library Connect Act, I can't remember the words anymore, was one of those proposals that kind of brought everything together in a way that would make tribal libraries like universally eligible rather than eligible based on state standards, which is the way it sort of works now. So yeah, right now, E-rate is not especially accommodating for tribal libraries, but we look forward to seeing some improvements to that in the future.
Do we have any other questions on the phone?
Lots of good links in the chat.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying lots of good information in the chat about tribal libraries and E-rate.
Yeah, I was wondering, operator, did we have more questions on the phone? I couldn't hear.
We do not have any additional questions in queue right now.
Okay. Well, just a reminder for our listeners, if you do think of a question, please dial *1 to get added to the question queue. I, however, have a question for our panelists. First of all, thank you again for joining us today. That was really interesting to hear about the diversity of programming that you have been able to offer, especially through the extra challenges presented by the current pandemic situation. But turning a little bit, one of the themes that has come up again and again and again this week has been an emphasis on planning and on stakeholder engagement when it comes to building out these tribal broadband networks and getting as many people as possible in the community connected. And you've talked a little bit about, I know each of you have talked a little bit about your work with providing devices and getting those actual internet-capable devices into the hands of the people who need them, which is, we know, a very important part of connectivity. It's not just the infrastructure, it's the actual devices. And you've talked, and also some of the work that you've done with the tribal governments. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about either engagement that you have had with your tribal governments on a more larger scale broadband network plan, thinking of the library as an anchor institution, or the kinds of engagement you would like to have and how you think tribal libraries can play an even bigger role in driving more broadband deployment. Anybody want to take that one?
So it sounds like the question really centers on like how to connect with tribal government and community and how to like develop that positive relationship while advancing technology access through library services. And I think that's a bit broader than maybe what you'd said, but would any of our panelists like to comment on that? How do you build relationships?
This is Joy. Our tribal council is very supportive. Like right now, probably not the best thing to say, but they're all in the process of trying to be reelected. So they're doing like the best they can for, with what they have. And so when it came time, like when we apply for grant funding, it doesn't come straight to the library. It comes through our tribal council. And then thankfully they give me free reign on what I'm doing with the funding when I write the grant. And they're very supportive. A lot of the members on the council are family friends or, people I've had a lot of contact with in the community. I've had to write a lot of proposals in the last months, a lot of proposals for either additional funding that's not connected to the grants that we get or permission to do things. Like right now, we have to write a proposal for the community event that we want to have to drive through trunk or treat for next month. So I've been finding myself like, who do I send the proposal to and who do I tag on it that I would hope would help me with it. And so I've found that going directly to the chairman on Facebook is probably my best bet. And he usually, within a couple of days, he'll let me know if what I need is available from the tribal council. And if it's not, he tries to help me find someone who could possibly else in the community help me get the stuff that I need for the library, not just for the students, but for all of our patrons.
This is Kim from Leech Lake Tribal College. I can also add a little bit, because our reservation is so large, we have many communities, and within those communities are community centers. So we've been trying to have talks with our tribal council to get hotspots installed, placed in all those community centers. So, they don't have to drive 60 miles to campus to sit in the parking lot or something to do homework, or, try to find someone that has the internet or something like that. So that's just something that we're working on as of right now with them.
Great, thank you. It looks like we have another question in the chat. Joy, you mentioned that some students disliked distance learning classes and preferred to wait until face-to-face instruction returned. Is this an experience shared by anyone else on the panel? And if so, what strategies are you employing around that issue?
This is Kim again from Leech Lake Tribal College. I think that change is just, it's big for everyone right now. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice in our community. I mentioned that I am the Learning Center Director, so I do an immense amount of tutoring online through Zoom with students up until, 9 at night, just because their kiddos are home with them and stuff. So I think we're just offering support to them in hopes that, things get better. But there's really, our hands are tied. I think we're just doing the best that we can, and I think we have a really good system down for our students to get a hold of us. We have like a tutor hotline and things like that. So that's my answer.
I do have a question coming through the phone queue if you guys want to take that.
Great, yeah.
Okay, it comes from Jack. Jack, your line is open.
back in 1995 was the last time that, the National Library federal leaders or federal employees had a hearing in Anchorage, and at that time our librarian was working part-time, and we were receiving, a small library grant to get a librarian part-time. And then, we waited and waited and waited, after, indicating our concern and desire to have, our librarian to be full-time. And nothing really happened. And then the program was taken over by a school district. And so, with that in mind, we kind of, gave up on trying to, get our librarian back, or I think the school was applying on our behalf, or the school district. So I'm wondering, has that changed? Can we apply for those funds and have our librarian full-time now? We have a small population of about 950 people, and a lot of people are coming back home because of this virus, and so my council's going to ask me that question as to, because this is part of this summit, can I apply for, a full-time librarian and more stuff? It sounded really nice in regards to, the presentations that were made. Is it funding based on population?
Thank you for your question. That's a great question. It is definitely difficult to get funding to keep a tribal library open full-time and open in a sustainable way, so hours aren't suddenly disappearing and all of that. But there's one main grant program that tribal libraries apply for. It's through the Institute of Museum and Library Services. It's the Native American Library Services Grant Program. Within that grant program, there are two different options. There's a basic grant that is non-competitive, so anyone who applies for that, any tribe, because tribes are the eligible applicants, any tribe that applies for that and applies correctly will receive the funding. I think it's now $10,000 a year, so not a whole lot, but if you have partial funding through your tribal government, then that can be used as a supplement to help develop library services. The other program that's available under that Native American Library Services grant is the Enhancement Grant Program. Enhancement grants are up to, I believe, $150,000. That program is competitive, so you do have to have your application ranked against other applicants, and it is a lengthy application. But every year, many tribal libraries receive funding through that program, and it can help with some of the things you're describing. Nancy has put in the chat a list of IMLS grant programs that are available, so definitely take a look at those.
This is Joy. We apply for the basic grant and the enhancement grant because now through IMLS you have to apply for the basic grant first in order to get the enhancement grant. So with our funding, we usually, the main purpose of our funding is my library assistant, Samantha, is paid part-time through our grant. She's a full-time employee. Thankfully, she's paid part-time through the grant and part-time through our college general fund. So without the enhancement grant, I'd only have her for 40 hours every 2 weeks instead of 80 hours every 2 weeks. We also apply for summer reading teachers that we have during the month of July when we do our summer reading program in the summer. So we also apply for consultant funding, like when I brought in the elders on campus, the elders onto campus to help with the archive. That funding also came out of the enhancement grant. I think it just all depends on when you write the proposal and the application to IMLS that you state specifically why you want to hire this person and what their function will be.
Thanks, Joy. One of the really spectacular things about the tribal library community is the willingness of tribal librarians to help one another. So even though this is a competitive grant, the IMLS enhancement grant that Joy is describing, if you were to reach out to any tribal librarian who's had that grant in the past, there's a very strong likelihood that they would help you out with putting together an application and just learning from their experience. The American Indian Library Association can be a really great place to connect with other people who have experience with these grants and experience with trying to keep a library afloat on a small budget. So that's another resource to take a look at.
Great, thank you. And it looks like we got a reminder in the chat from Nancy with IMLS that there are some grants that are available only to tribes, but that tribes can also apply to other IMLS programs. And for more information on those programs, you can visit their website, imls.gov. That's IMLS for Institute of Museum and Library Services. It looks like we did have an additional question come into the chat. While the panelists have generally had good success with students or community members using hotspots, have the panelists generally had good success with students or community members using hotspots, considering how cell coverage might be limited in some of the areas that you serve?
This is Kim from Leech Lake Tribal College. Yes, our reservation is really big, and so we do have those areas where there's just zero cell service, and that is one of the main reasons why we wanted to work with the tribal councils to get hotspots put into those community centers, so our students or community members can, go to those areas and it'll service more people versus just one person. We do have actually one staff member and one student that I'm aware of that have to drive probably about 1.5 to 2 miles to actually have the hotspot pickup for them because of the ruralness of our area.
And I can add to that a little bit, Allison Walker here. So even though we're here in the cities, the hotspots that are provided to, this would be more like K through 12 that we work with, but their hotspots are spotty too, especially when they start getting a family of 2-3 kids have them all connected at the same time. So we're running into a lot of issues too when they have more than one student at home working at a time.
This is Joy. Our state library, they decided that they purchased so many hotspots and were handing them out to rural libraries around the state. I unfortunately did not join the program, so being that we were already giving students, purchasing Wi-Fi for students, the closest public library to us is 25 miles away. They did accept, I believe it was 10 hotspots, and they were checking them out to our tribal community members. I received a call from their librarian yesterday saying that they were having an issue getting them back from the community members. She didn't go into full detail, but she wanted to know that if they were having an issue bringing them back because they didn't have a ride to the town, which is, like I said, 25 miles away, they could bring them to my library and that we would take them back in and check them back in at the public library.
Thank you. That's definitely, we know, an extra layer of complication with the hotspots is that they are dependent on the cell coverage, and it sounds like there are definitely some more work to be done in that area. We're just about at time. Do you guys have any final messages you'd like to leave us with?
I don't want to speak for the group, so you're welcome to interrupt me at any point, but thank you for joining us today. This is a remarkably funny coincidence, so I'll share it, that as we were answering that last question about cell phone access and hotspot service, Kim's audio dropped again. And so she says to tell everyone thank you on her behalf.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you all for joining us. That was a very illuminating conversation on some of the activities going on with tribal libraries generally in the digital and broadband space, but also in the specific context of the COVID pandemic. So thank you all for your hard work and for joining us today. Extra special thank you to Kim pushing through the difficulties with her phone connection. And so now we will turn to our final panel of the National Tribal Broadband Summit 2020. And this panel is on tribal colleges, nation building with cyber infrastructure. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Francine Alkiswani of the Minority Broadband Initiative with NTIA. Francine?
Yes, I, as usual, have to remember to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you so much. Really very pleased to be a part of today's programming, your participation with this. It's very important that we all address the issue of tribal colleges and universities as community anchor institutions and anchor institutions for the build out and support of cyber infrastructure broadly. We know the basis is broadband deployment across Indian country, but the tribal colleges themselves are anchors for that purpose. My video was on, and now I just see a big blue circle as I try to start it again. So I apologize for that, but you can hear me, so we will move right along. As was stated, my name is Francine Alkiswani, and I am the lead for NTIA, National Telecommunications and Information Administration Minority Broadband Initiative. In 2019, NTIA launched the Minority Broadband Initiative, which we, of course, as we all do in government, have shortened to MBI. So the MBI supports the national priority objective of fully deploying broadband and improving the prosperity of economically distressed and unconnected communities. The MBI aims to partner with tribal colleges and universities, as well as historically Black colleges and universities, to work on solving these institutions' broadband deployment and connectivity challenges. As I listened to the end of the prior discussion, you wouldn't know whether you were talking to HBCU librarians or not. The problems seem to be endemic to the two groups and across the board. So we are a part of also forging relations between tribal colleges and HBCUs to see if there's a way to solve the problems that are common between and among and across them. We know there are differences, but there are also many commonalities. Among America's educational institutions, we believe that TCUs and HBCUs serve as centers of excellence for education and learning, including research and development, and can play a key role in their surrounding communities as drivers of educational, economic, social, and civic activity. So, in short, the MBI aims to work with TCUs to promote them as what we call smart TCUs. By that we mean hubs of digital applications and innovation and force multipliers to achieve economic competitiveness and inclusiveness. The MBI is focused on the following broad strategic policy objectives. First is that of convening forums where stakeholders can explore options for leveraging broadband infrastructure to connect neighboring communities. We're using broadband infrastructure investment as a catalyst for adoption that will result in job growth and economic development and the deployment of advanced mobile technologies, primarily in economically distressed communities. So our topic today of nation building with cyber infrastructure exemplifies this notion of promoting smart TCUs in terms of being hubs of digital applications and innovation, and most definitely force multipliers. And I think we have a first-rate set of presenters who will make that point and make it very clear to you by laying out the groundwork, laying out the problem, the issues, the challenges, and examples of where the successes are in this. So we have with us today Josh Arce, am I saying it correctly, Josh? Who is President, CEO of Partnership with Native Americans. We have Jason Arvicio from Navajo Technical University, and Al Kusliskas, who is the Associate for Strategic Initiatives with AHEC. We'll start with Josh, and I'll introduce each as we go along. So Josh, thank you for joining us. Josh is President and CEO. He began this position in 2020. He is the Chief Information Officer of Haskell Indian Nations University, advancing their IT infrastructure and services to better meet their mission. He's also engaged in tribal law and governance, has worked in the fields involved in child welfare, in health equity, and issues of diversity and inclusion. He earned his BA in social work from the University of Kansas, and then a JD specializing in tribal law, applied indigenous leadership, federal Indian law, and Indian gaming law. Josh actively supports the advancement of Native communities. So let's begin our program by hearing from Josh. We'll hear from him, and at the end of his presentation, I will introduce the next one, but their full biographies are included in the set of slides that you do have. So why don't we move forward to our first presentation, please. And I think Stephanie is here to advance our slides. So we'll go to the first presentation. I can't see anything for some reason or another.
Oh, I'm not sure. If anyone else is having difficulty seeing the slides, please put a note into the chat, or if one of our other panelists let me know, because I do have them up.
I think it's my computer. I think it's my computer, Stephanie, so just move along. I think, Josh, do you see your presentation?
So I was just informed by the operator that Josh has not joined the speaker's conference line. So Josh, I think I see you on video. I just emailed you the dial-in code. So if you could check that real quick, we'll have him with us in a matter of moments.
Okay, we can do that, or we're flexible, we're nimble. If we'd like to move ahead and go with Jason next, is it too much difficulty in moving forward to the next set of slides and coming back to Josh?
Not at all. I have Jason's bio up right now.
And I do not see Jason online, quite frankly. Do you? Jason Arvicio? As I said, I can't see anything.
I'm online.
Wonderful. Can you see the slides, Jason?
Yes.
And I don't know, of our team, everybody's very flexible, but I think Jason is most likely the most nimble of us. Jason is Vice President of Operations for the Navajo Technical University. He has oversight of the IT department, which manages campus computing environments, and the e-learning department. He also manages the National Science Foundation-funded tribal colleges and universities program grant. Previously, he was employed with Lucid Technologies in Columbus, Ohio. And as he states, and as we can see evidence of all the time, he works tirelessly to help close the digital divide that hampers his American Indian tribe's ability to function in the 21st century. The topic is appropriate. Jason, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Arbisalian, that's an introduction of myself using my tribal language. And I'm Navajo. I'm actually from Campo, New Mexico. I am the Vice President of Operations at Navajo Technical University, and I'm very honored to have this opportunity to speak with all of you and present. Thank you. Could we then begin? Next slide, please. Essentially, I think for the most part, the summit itself addressed a lot of the challenges that are pretty much prevalent across Indian country. And relatively, that's the same circumstance on the Navajo reservation. Well, in a sense, we have carriers that charge a large amount for the service, but they also lack the capacity and the reliability for such services. And that has, in a sense, been the common ground for all these years. And we've been trying to work to address not only the digital divide, but also to improve the services so we could then start to address our digital inclusion, building our community so that we have these services that adequately are supported and can promote education, can promote public safety, can promote commerce, can promote government and health. So we're looking to build that type of environment. Navajo Technical University has been a tribal college since 1979. We've actually started off as a trade school. We now then started to offer some associate degrees. We became a technical college, and then now we're a university. We offer graduate degrees. We offer master's degrees as well as looking to offer the first PhD as well soon. But really the challenge, and if you look at the FCC's definition with regard to broadband, 25 megs down and 3 megs up, that's pretty much non-existent, on Navajo. And in fact, I found out that that's the same circumstance, and it's really a circumstance that's in rural communities throughout the United States. So it is a persistent challenge. Could we then advance to the next slide, please? So Navajo Technical University really has benefited from investment from the National Science Foundation. The National Science Foundation and their investment has helped us grow to become a university. We address the infrastructure. When we address the challenge, how do we then bring capacity and how do we adequately serve our students on our campus in New Mexico? That was a challenge. When I first came to the college back in 2004, we were paying $2,000 for every meg. That is a price, and for the most part, that's probably pretty consistent even today. But what we figured we could do is actually build our own infrastructure. We actually invested and built a microwave backhaul that associated us back to the Albuquerque Gigapop, which in turn then allowed us to become our own internet service provider. In fact, we are announced in an internet realm as Internet to the Hogan. So we actually bring capacity to our campus as our own internet service provider. And that in itself has allowed us to negotiate, with the carriers on the reservation. And now, in certain circumstances when their network has some challenges, we're able to route some of their traffic and keep operational. But in that regard, now they allow us to use their infrastructure as transport, and we're still able to then bring capacity to our campus as our own internet service provider. So with the National Science Foundation, infrastructure was real critical. That helped us then to address building additional programs. We offer a number of engineering degrees now. We offer degrees in environmental science. We offer degrees in business. We offer degrees in language and culture. And it continues to grow. Navajo Technical University prides itself in being labeled a STEM educational institution. And we really promote that aspect of it. But our next challenge, our next opportunity with the National Science Foundation is then to address research. Really, that's the mantra of the National Science Foundation, research and education. And now that we do have science drivers and we do have faculty and students actively doing research when it involves high amounts of bandwidth or high amounts of data transfer, we have to build networks to accommodate. And in fact, there's an example of what we were doing in our engineering program, sending data sets that were so large we'd actually had to put the hard drive of the computer in the U.S. mail and then mail it to its destination and then have it rendered there, and then they would mail it back. But now that we have our own infrastructure, we're able now to send large data sets to and from each location in a secured format. In fact, if we can go on to the next slide, please. What we're doing now is, we have to build this infrastructure to support research and education. And doing so, it aligned us with working with the R1 institutions or the regional optical network personnel within the Southwest. We've actually associated ourselves with the Front Range Gigapop out of Denver, and we're able to access their network engineers and get their expertise help. In fact, the grant that we currently have actually helped train the trainers. So in a sense, they educated our staff, our personnel, and we actually share that wealth of knowledge with the other tribal colleges within our vicinity, institutions like the May College or IAIA or TIPI or even Tejada Odom, and Zuni College down in Zuni, New Mexico. We're growing and we're building these environments that require expertise, and we're doing this in a fashion that we then learn how to maintain and operate in that environment ourselves. Rather than calling for outside resources, we're able to collectively work together to help one another as we develop and grow. That's the real impact of what the National Science Foundation grant that we currently have. We'll be able then to address the infrastructure of the resource itself. We initially had over $500,000 reserved for equipment, but that is to buy the turnkey Cisco or Juniper switching equipment and things of that nature. Tribal colleges do not have these deep pockets, so we research the use of white box. So we're looking at open source hardware, software, and we cut that cost down dramatically. Then we're able then to address and utilize those funds in a different manner. And it is really paying off to develop that, but in a sense, it's helping us work collectively and understand that we can work together and promote each institution as we go forward. So it does address training IT personnel. It does address getting our STEM programs aligned. It does address our strategic planning as we go to the future, because research and the things that we can do to impact our communities, we're building those experts. I like to say we're building Navajo experts instead of experts on Navajo. So we're growing our faculty, the capacity. In fact, our students are going through the education and actually coming back and helping as faculty members or actually joining the ranks in the IT office and other elsewhere. We're even sending students down to Tejada Odom so that they are, in fact, working in the IT shops down there. So it's all working as designed, and we're working greater and greater to expand that ability. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a slide that mentions our partners. We call ourselves the New Mexico Tribal College Consortium, IT Consortium, and that is with the May College, Institute of American Indian Arts, Navajo Technical University, and Southwest Indian Polytechnic Institute. It's a collective effort, and we're really working together to see how we can best serve our students and our communities and our reservations. Next slide, please. When it comes to research and education regarding the wireless, we are working also in concert or in coordination with our Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation was granted what they call special temporary authorization to utilize the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. We were given that ability then to offer it in our communities in Crown Point and elsewhere in eastern Navajo. And Dene College was also given that authorization to go ahead and offer the capacity in their communities up and around Saley, Arizona. So we are testing all three channels. We are looking at how this can adequately serve our students in the capacity rather than extending our network infrastructure and developing hotspots. We're actually able to send the service directly to the home so that students can learn actively within their home. So we're working in coordination with the Navajo Nation. The intent there is the nation will receive the 2.5 gigahertz license, and then they'll be able to sublet the frequencies to carriers and to universities such as Navajo Technical University and Dene College so that we can adequately serve our students, faculty, and staff. That's been the greatest partnership, being able to actively utilize that spectrum because it is going to auction relatively soon, and we need tribal nations, to acquire this frequency that it is used in a proper way to adequately serve the residents or the communities sufficiently. And doing so, we're helping in that regard. We're also working with our Navajo Nation to introduce other higher learning resources to them. Resources offered through Internet 2 or resources offered through EduRoam. And we're looking to see how we can not just provide it for our higher learning students, but also our K-12 students on Navajo. EduRoam is a resource that's all institutions across the United States and internationally. It works as if we were participating, Navajo Tech or Dene, our students are able to take the networking credentials or credentials in general down to ASU, access their network, but not only just to get on the network for internet connectivity, they are able to get on the network and access the library resources tied to ASU or the library resources to U of A, and it works the other way around as well, so that if ASU students were to come into Navajo, they would be able to gain access to Navajo Technical University's library resources or even our Navajo Nation Museum, or our students, K-12 students traveling to the Smithsonian would be able to gain access to the network resource there and then have available to them all the resources tied to the Smithsonian. So it's a great resource that addresses education, and that's something we're actively working to bring to, not just, like I said, just to the higher learning institutions on Navajo, but K-12 in general. Next slide, please. So the design is what we were building to address our research education network is what they call a science DMV. And it's a specially designed network. It eliminates the ability to stop traffic by not the border routers, but through and using intrusion detection systems as opposed to building a firewall in between, which actually kind of limits the ability to transfer high capacity or high data sets to the location. A large data set coming through the network is seen as a denial of service attack. So you eliminate the firewall, you're able to transfer that data efficiently, without that barrier and that limitation. So we're working on that type of design, and we're like I said, initially we had a relatively high budget, but being able to research it and using other means like open source hardware, software, we're able to reduce that, and then we're now looking to see how we can build out EBS more effectively into the communities. So that's another thing that is occurring. And this is also occurring in, like I said, in coordination with our Navajo Nation. We're coordinating, the ability to put devices in key locations. And we always considered on Navajo, the chapter houses as being that community center. But what we're finding out might be a better option is actually to coordinate our efforts with the educational facilities across Navajo, the K-12 institutions. They are the community resource really in every community across Navajo. They are the ones that parent-teacher conferences occur, football games happen. So everyone as a community is attracted to that educational location, and that's what we're working with now to see how we can extend the resource to a greater extent through that. And even in New Mexico here, our Senator Heinrich is actually looking at introducing a bill which would then qualify tribal colleges to participate in E-rate, the ability to be eligible to receive E-rate dollars so that we can build infrastructure that is adequately supports the broadband and the capacity and the reliability, which every community should be. Every community should have this resource readily available to them. We should not be denied our ability to utilize that type of service in our communities. And next slide, please. Again, this is just kind of mentioning some of the science drivers that we're supporting through this type of educational design, this educational research network. It's growing ever more. The Navajo Nation is now seeing NTU as a partner as we address education, economic development. We're working, our engineering programs are working side by side with Boeing. We're building the capacity to entertain that type of development on the reservation to design Navajo students so that they can be employed within a Boeing corporation or within Lockheed Martin, whomever. We're giving them that capability so that they have the wherewithal to begin day one and adequately serve that type of employment. Next slide, please. And again, we work diligently, and we're always looking to see how we can coordinate our efforts with researchers, at a national level or even at an international level. We're working with the R1 institutions within the Southwest. We're working with the regional optical network engineers within the Southwest. Each one of them has a vested interest to help our communities. Each one has a vested interest to promote education. So we work very well, and they're always willing to step forward and provide that assistance. And it's grown to be a real good working partnership, and I really appreciate all of their efforts. Next slide, please.
That is the end of
the presentation. Okay, great.
Okay. That is absolutely outstanding, and thank you so much, Jason, for informing us about the Navajo Technical University. It's really terrific. Now, Josh, you have been introduced. You might not have heard it, but you were.
I did.
We're glad.
Thank you.
And glad you're on. So take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I know that technology is always great when it works. But then oftentimes, as this was the case, there was user error. So I apologize for that. But thank you for having me, and it's great to be on a panel with Jason and Al. They were both very instrumental for our project over at Haskell. So I want to talk about crossing the digital divide and how BIE School improved their network speed by 860%. I will go through this relatively fast, but hopefully these slides and the recording will be made available, and then if there's any follow-up, my information will be available for discussion as well. Next slide, please. So again, bonjour, Iguien, greetings and thank you. My name is Joshua Arce. I'm currently the president and CEO of Partnership with Native Americans. I'm a member of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation of Kansas. Previously, I did work at Haskell for 12 years as the CIO. And, this process being a nonprofit has really been a challenge for me to kind of deinstitutionalize my mind from what it was like working in the government sector to moving over and working in the private sector or in a nonprofit world. For this presentation, I want to touch on some issues as they related for Haskell, some of the rules that Haskell has to follow as a BIE government school, some of the methods that worked for us, and action steps and a conclusion. Next slide, please. So some of the issues with Haskell, having been there since 1884, the most recent dorm was built in 1995. It began construction and finished in 1997. All of the structures there, being in Kansas, were safe from a tornado. They were really built rather well and very stout with the cinder brick walls, oftentimes stucco into paint and inside the buildings. And, they would also probably be able to withstand a small bomb. But they wreaked havoc on the internet signal, and the infrastructure never had the capacity for, online learning, distance learning, the wiring, the core, the switching, that stuff really wasn't included. And so we were finding issues with that when I started there in 2008. With the infrastructure, largely our capacity between the buildings and our fiber going to each building was both aged and it was fully at capacity. The facilities encroachment into the IT area, that creep happened early on, but the expansion of services and using network fiber lines to run, the HVAC system, a security system, a fire alarm system, a PA system, those types of things will take up, your dark fiber real quick and reduce the opportunity for any sort of expansion. So we did have a multi-mode fiber route throughout campus, but that was largely inaccessible, and the way the buildings were daisy-chained together, we're talking about 33 buildings on a campus of 200-plus acres. It really was cumbersome to try and do any sort of improvements, and you couldn't access those easily. And plus 12 of those buildings, at least 12 of them are considered historic sites. So that also created some issues with trying to do improvements later on down the road. As far as our Network Operations Center, the core itself was aged, but we did not have access to the core on campus. And so that was held by, accessed by our support staff in Reston, Virginia. And so they served as our primary administrators in accessing our core. And then as far as the efficiency, we lacked the backup capabilities. We did not have backup power. We had no backup UPSs. There wasn't a generator for that area. The servers were an issue and dated. And also the switching around campus was also dated. So the way the existing network was, the government provides the internet for Haskell, through this relationship, through BIE. It supplied the internet to Haskell. But we still had to bifurcate that network and separate it because Haskell had very different needs for academics and the Bureau employees had very different needs as employees, and we couldn't have the same sort of access or login requirements or restrictions for students as we did employees. So we had that bifurcation, and we could never get that dotted line connected because we couldn't add a third line for a true BIA connection. But then the student need is what we were there for, and so that quickly, rose to the primary responsibility for us. And as we started noticing the internet needs with phones, tablets, laptops, music, gaming, those types of things quickly surpassed what we were able to provide. Next slide, please. So at the federal level, we were dealing with basically 3 different playbooks, which were the acquisitions department, the property department, and the technology department. Each one of those had their own challenges. They had their own timelines. They had their own requirements. They had their own systems. They had their own cover sheets that were due or paperwork that needed to be completed. And so working through the federal process, I put as much things into the hopper as possible each year because you never quite knew what was going to work out, what might get held up, what projects might get challenged, what would get funded first. And you just had to, I had to wait for some instruction oftentimes to say, what hoop do I need to jump through? Let me know. I'll jump through it in order to get everything done. And if we might meet a challenge with the Historical Preservation Office, then that provided a new challenge that often would pop up, and then we just navigate it in order to get it done. So then after that works through that process funnel, purchases made, that property is tagged, and then it's deployed. We develop a deployment strategy. Next slide, please. So these were some methods. I call it KD7, get up 8, because it's get knocked down 7 times, get up 8. And it was really a process by a trial and error, submitting something, having it rejected, figuring out what to do right, resubmitting it in order to acquire, and constant planning. These cycles were just nonstop. When we started in 2010 with our assessment and planning, doing our campus infrastructure and a new fiber route in the ground, it takes time to pull those things together, and with the dollar amount that project takes, it takes time for those levels of approval to come through as well. Then we started doing the equipment end, and that way we can plug things in. But even with our dorm infrastructure project, those buildings didn't have the internet lines in them in order to connect in the room. So that was a whole project, that had to include, the statement of work, the bid process, and contracting. Through the process, I also became a contracting officer technical representative, and so that was very helpful because you never knew which contracting officer you were working with, and so you had to make sure you were able to meet all the requirements needed for adequate administration of those contracts and which CO you were working with. After we completed our dorm infrastructure, we went to the computer labs and upgraded all of those as well. And then we've finished up and wrapped it up with a internet wireless project throughout campus, so that way every dorm room had access points. But our cycle was really pretty short because that project management really only happened between November and April, because the program acquisition lead times, those deadlines started in May, and that window of projects would close by August, and then that September, October area would be a blackout where nothing would get purchased and nothing would get completed. So it took a lot of relationship building with different offices in the Bureau, developing a relationship with the field service manager, getting with your contracting officers to know which were planning meetings for simple acquisitions or complex acquisitions. And more recently, before I left, they set up what was called the Business Support Center that was there to support the university with their purchases and a kind of a go-between. Next slide, please. So as far as the action plan, the most important thing and what I've heard, and I'm glad to hear it, was that, acquire funding. because Haskell is also not eligible for E-rate as a tribal college, I looked to the Department of Ed Title III funding, and so that was a non-competitive award that we were able to secure for first five years, and then we did a second round and award, which would have been for another 5 years as well. And then early on, we set the plan out, and I sat down with my technicians, my specialists, my IT specialists, my help desk specialists, and said, let's make us a 15-year plan and start getting after it. And so, you really have to plan a long ways ahead. We used, at the time, we were so much in chaos management that we used equipment until it broke, and so there wasn't really a refresh schedule present. And so then we would just use equipment until it started showing signs of failing or until it actually failed, and then it was an emergency to put that into place. So you have to take some time to do that projection and planning. But what really is most important was that people matter most, the human network that you create. And so the TST program was a tribal student technology program that employed our student workers. And so they helped us as a university serve as our frontline resource and student help desk for the campus. NTNC, that's the Northern Tier Network Consortium. And I've heard a few of our panelists this week talk about the different entities that should be involved. And the Northern Tier Network Consortium should absolutely be an entity involved if you're anywhere along that northern border with Canada. That whole range of states from West Coast, Oregon, Washington State, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Michigan, all of those are under a consortium. And so hearing about and partnering with those consortiums are critically important to accessing additional resources and the people, because the people there were so giving and so inviting, that they really wanted to see you succeed as an organization without getting anything from it. And so you have to find those allies in order to have successful programming. We also were able to partner with KU, the University of Kansas in Lawrence, Kansas. They had a new CIO come on board, and they went through great lengths and actually donated a pair of fiber for us to get access to CANREN. CANREN is the Kansas Research and Education Network, and it's a consortium for the state of Kansas anchored by all the major universities, by the community colleges, by the libraries. And so we were able to access that network, again, developing that relationship with a gentleman by the name of Court Buffington was invaluable. And so he was very much intent on getting us onto the CANREN system and being a partner with them. So that way it brought us in alignment with those schools, and we had easier and better data sharing and capabilities when we had those large data packets that we needed to move or accessing internet to, if that's a goal. It just took us to a completely different level of administration because, like I said, without us having control over the core, we would spend a lot of time with the inability to access items if the government did an upgrade on their, detection system. And so it would, block a lot of research important websites that we would have to go through and request manually be unblocked. We also developed a partnership and a better relationship with the city of Lawrence, where Haskell is located. And one of the things I heard in an earlier presentation this week was, and we aligned ourselves with that, is, they had a desire and a need. They needed us as much as we needed them. And so we were able to capitalize on that relationship and make sure that, it was for the sake of accessing water. And so getting them access to a water treatment plant was part of the project plan, but they were instrumental in also matching the University of Kansas's fiber donation in order to get us connected to CANREN. So that was a great partnership that we were able to develop, and that's why I said people matter most. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, like I said, the partnerships were vital. The partnership with the city, the partnership with AHEC and their study really helped push this for us as a realistic cause, a realistic project, and to help close the loop, because without their report, it helped us build the argument for getting this project done with HLC. So there was a lot of time, there was a lot of emotions that took for this project, and definitely remember it's a marathon, not a race. But I think finding people that agree with that principle, that we all rise together, and so you find those and you align yourself with those people. And this was a screenshot of what the download speeds were between the CANRIN network and the BIE network. So I think I just exceeded my time. That's my 15 minutes. If there's any questions, maybe we could ask them next, but I'll turn it over to Al.
At the end. Yes, but I just want to say very quickly that your slide talking about the action slide very beautifully captures, Jason talked about it too, it captures the need for this alliance and relations between and among the relevant stakeholders in the broadband ecosystem. And that really is probably the most critical element, and that is this network of social partners that need to be. Now, Al, I don't want to give you short shrift. Seems like I bet everybody knows you, but anyway, Al is the Senior Associate for Strategic Initiatives at the Indian Higher Education Consortium. As I said, I don't really want to give you short shrift, but by the same token, I don't want to eat into the rest of your time. So do you mind if I just turn it over to you?
No, that's great. Thank you. And you can hear me, everybody can hear me fine, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. And it's going to be kind of hard to follow those two great presentations. And definitely Jason showed just how much great stuff is happening at Navotech. And they really are a leader in cyber infrastructure for all our tribal colleges. And I'm just glad that we have the opportunity to work with them. Josh's work at Townsville, that's a great example of taking advantage of the opportunity of partnering with a local university in CANRIN, to, like he showed in his presentation, an 830% increase in their bandwidth. That's pretty amazing, and that opens up the possibility for all the kinds of things that we'd like to see happen at tribal colleges and in tribal communities. So let me get started. Next slide, please. So the Cyber Infrastructure Initiative at AHEC and the tribal colleges lines up with our the goals of our STEM initiative or initiatives. Number one, contributing to Native nation building, providing the science, technology, engineering, and math resources to further the tribal nation goals of all, not just the tribal nations that host tribal colleges, but ideally all tribal nations. And I think we'll talk about that a little bit later, that connecting through broadband and resources that can be delivered through cyber infrastructure makes it possible for tribal colleges to actually reach all tribal communities with some impactful programming and resources. So growing STEM leaders in the community from and within the community, facilitating tribal economic development, again, as a very important component of nation building, strengthening the national American Indian Alaska Native STEM career pathway through our STEM programs and through our cyber, and I'll talk about that a little bit later too. And maybe just as important as any of the others, using STEM resources to address local tribal issues like climate change. Next slide, please. So I have, 10 minutes. So why cyber infrastructure at tribal nations? Just a few ideas. What I mentioned, having access to cyber, high quantity data analytics resources for high throughput computations, analyzing a whole range of different types of data that are important for decision making among tribes. You know, cyber infrastructure is helping to sort of reinvent, recreate the whole scientific enterprise, and having tribal communities and tribal colleges and tribal communities participate in that development is really important. Not just participate, but drive applications that are relevant to tribal communities. That's a high priority for tribal colleges. Not just be a conduit of these resources, but help find innovative ways of applying those resources to address needs and opportunities within tribal communities. So economic driver, participate in global innovation networks, but more importantly, in native indigenous innovation networks. And that spans the globe as well. Some ideas, things like using artificial intelligence tools, implementing Internet of Things, and we can talk about that a little bit later. These are all different ways, different areas of technology application that can support the priorities of tribal communities. That's why AHEC and the tribal colleges are pursuing cyber infrastructure goals. Next slide, please. So Jason mentioned, I'll just go through this very quickly. So we were funded by the National Science Foundation's Campus Cyber Infrastructure Program to do a review of all the tribal colleges' cyber infrastructure. Basically, that's looking at their IT infrastructure that supports cyber. You know, the basic infrastructure, internet connectivity, networking, performance of the networking infrastructure, IT staffing, all that, you know, that sort of have to be the foundation of cyber. And cyber, again, is high performance computing, access to large data sets, ability to work with large data sets, to conduct research, etc. So that's our 2-year study. Next slide, please. So we found out things that I think Jason mentioned them, and so did Josh. Some issues like refresh rates for hardware, much longer than standard. You know, letting equipment go to where they either fail or maybe they reach obsolescence, and that's a resource question. But as far as connectivity, the average connectivity at tribal colleges was 336 megabits per second, which is actually pretty good. For average nationally for 2-year institutions, it's 513, and then for 4-year, 3.4 gigs. So you can see that the tribal colleges are behind the national average, but they're not far behind. There's existing connectivity at almost all the tribal colleges. I won't say at all, but most tribal colleges to accomplish a lot of the goals that they have in terms of accessing remote resources for education and research purposes. Next slide, please. I have 7 minutes left. So the outcomes of our study, you know, we identified areas of where to target for improvement at the colleges. We developed reports, sent them out to the colleges, and many of them have already started implementing those recommendations. We established an IT community of practice with all the IT directors. We have meetings with them. We have meetings with Northern Care Network Consortium every year, where we all convene and talk about, you know, technical issues, technical practices, emerging technologies, and that's been really helpful. And what it's done, again, I'll try and do this fairly quickly. Among all these great outcomes of this study, it really underscored for us, that's AHEC, and the tribal colleges that participated. I think Josh and, Jason has been on this track already, but Josh at Haskell and the other colleges that are somewhat behind, it really underscored the need to take advantage of the opportunities that cyber infrastructure provides. And so, next slide, please. So next slide after that. I'll skip that one. Our focus now is building on what we've on the relationships that we've been able to develop through this project. through with national cyber infrastructure research centers, compute centers, who are all championing at the bit to work with tribal colleges. Our effort now is to focus on identifying the research and education priorities at the tribal colleges and tribal communities to align the national resources that are available to support research and education with the goals of tribal colleges and tribes. So we've got funding now to implement that effort with all the tribal colleges in North Dakota and North Dakota State University and North Dakota EPSCoR, all the stakeholders within North Dakota, all the research and education stakeholders in North Dakota, looking at how we can support the cyber infrastructure development needs of the tribal colleges and align their STEM programs to this larger ecosystem of research programming that the state and the region are focusing on. So we're looking at that as being a template for us for all the other tribal colleges, working with regional universities, with national CI resources to address local needs. That's the theme. Get resources, get partnerships arranged, facilitated that empower, that support addressing local tribal needs. So, next slide, please. So, and this is really the same thing, doing CI strategic planning, bringing in stakeholders from the region, from the state, from the region, and nationally to focus on building capacity at tribal colleges and tribal communities to take advantage of CI to address education, economic development, community development, health priorities. Again, CI, cyber infrastructure, brings a wealth of new tools and resources to address those issues. And we want to make sure that tribal colleges are right there taking advantage of them. And I think that's my last slide. And 3 minutes to spare, huh? Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Those were 3 just very detailed, very informative presentations. We do have a couple of minutes for questions. Francine, I don't know if you had anything in particular you wanted to do before we open it up.
You can open it up. All I want to say is fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. I think you are all some of the best kept secrets going. We have a lot to learn from what you are doing and the way to replicate for the benefit of the tribal nations, but for the benefit of the nation as a whole. I hear I'm reading here. Could we hear once again what TCUs might stand to gain by eligibility for E-rate? I think, Jason, you mentioned the fact that schools are not eligible for E-rate. Al, anybody want to comment on that?
Oh, sure. I mean, one of the things that came out of our study was the how resource challenged tribal colleges are. And if E-rate can help take a significant bite out of the cost of connectivity, that would be very impactful for all the tribal colleges. Some of the colleges, I didn't mention any numbers, but some, they're paying more than $200,000 a year for their connectivity. And some of those, in some cases, that the amount of connectivity they're paying for doesn't reflect those numbers at all. So E-rate would be really supportive, really important for all the colleges. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Bottom line is purchasing power. Really being able to get access to that purchasing tool. Through the E-rate system that helps. All the K through 12. Helps support schools as a whole or the education industry, but using it to support colleges as well.
And I'd like to add real quickly, E-Rate would address our networking resources as well as networking services. And for E-Rate, it's actually, you qualify and 90% of the cost is actually taken up by the program itself. And 10% remains for the university or the organization. So it is a cost-effective means to getting the necessary equipment to build resources for your schools.
Stephanie, do we have time for me to ask one quick question?
Absolutely.
I'll make it fast. I'd like to know whether or not the degree to which the tribal colleges have a substantial cyber infrastructure has been helpful in providing access to broadband during COVID for families, for K through 12 students as well as your college students.
So I think for Haskell, just a little bit, I am no longer there, so I will say that as a disclaimer, but they moved entirely online, and they were, since they're located in a city, all of the students would come to Kansas in order to go to school. So there was a large number of those students, from our biggest population came from the Four Corners area in the Southwest, or Oklahoma or Northern Plains. But I've seen this as an opportunity for those tribal colleges in the reservation locations to be that access point to getting a better connectivity and bandwidth to the communities. And I think that's the relationship that the tribal colleges can serve in the on-reservation model.
Right. And at Navajo Tech, we were able to coordinate with the local carrier and utilize the terrestrial asset that both of us have. And we were able then to extend to at least 600 homes the EBS network, or the ability to bring internet into the home to 600 students. And we were also able to build hotspots at different locations throughout Navajo.
Thank you. Stephanie, I guess I have to turn it back over to you, right? And thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you all for us today and for your wonderful presentations. We very much appreciate you taking the time to be with us. And that actually is the last of our presentations for the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit. Thank you all for being with us. I just would like to take this opportunity to go through a few of the accomplishments that we've been able to highlight this week. First of all, the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development here at DOI this last year was able to fund $1.2 million in grants for feasibility studies to 25 tribes. We've also requested $8.5 million in fiscal year 2021 to support broadband initiatives going forward. The FCC has done a lot of work in 2019, including establishing a 2.5 gigahertz rural tribal priority window. There's also the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, which will award $20 billion in funding for voice and broadband services to make 30,000 or more additional homes and businesses on tribal lands eligible for support and increase the amount of support these lands may receive. They also raised the Rural Healthcare Program funding cap and established a $200 million COVID-19 telehealth program, which includes awards to tribal entities and other providers serving tribal communities. The FCC also renewed and enlarged tribal membership on the FCC's Native Nations Communication Task Force, which produced a report last year with recommendations for expanding broadband on tribal lands. USDA also told us about their Community Connect grant program funding opportunity. Applications are due no later than December 23rd, and it will provide for financial assistance to eligible applicants to provide broadband service in rural, economically sensitive communities where service does not already exist. USDA also has, for our other airlines, please. USDA also expanded access to the broadband infrastructure for rural businesses and residents under select rural development programs. There's a final rule to allow the use of these funds to help expand access to broadband services for rural businesses and residents. IMLS will fund the University Corporation for Advanced Internet Development, Internet 2, to support broadband toolkit and customized broadband improvement plans. They also are coordinating with the FCC to improve data collection and reporting on tribal libraries and related tribal organizations, and the availability and use of broadband. They're leveraging they're convening with tribes and tribal grantees to enhance understanding of broadband and digital inclusion opportunities, and continue to work with the American Broadband Initiative and enhance coordination in the year ahead. Finally, our partners at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration continue to provide direct technical assistance to tribes interested in broadband planning through the Broadband USA program. Broadband USA works with tribes, nonprofits, middle mile providers, and Department of Interior to provide technical assistance to tribes who are looking to apply for spectrum opportunities through the Tribal Priority Window. They have convened the State Broadband Leaders Network and are working to increase tribal stakeholder engagement around solving broadband access challenges in Indian country through the Minority Broadband Initiative. Last year, NTIA released a pilot version of the National Broadband Availability Map and are continuing to add states to that program and enhance its capabilities. NTIA has also entered into agreements with 2 federal partners, the Economic Development Administration and USDA. They can use the map to facilitate more informed decision-making for their programs. Thank you all for being with us. This was a big week. Lots of things were learned. We heard a lot about partnerships and data and stakeholder engagement, planning, and the benefits and some of the challenges with broadband development in Indian country. So thank you all. I hope you've learned as much as I did this week. There's been a lot of resources. Please check out the Indian Affairs YouTube channel, where we will have the recordings of this event posted, and keep your eyes peeled at doi.gov/tribalbroadband, where we will be sharing the PowerPoint slides for these presentations in the coming weeks. Thank you all.
That concludes today's conference. Thank you all for participating. Have a great weekend.